All right. Good morning, everyone. Or good afternoon, good evening, whenever and wherever you are, my friends. I am booting up my brain. I was up very late or early, depending on your perspective of time. And yeah, very tired. This project is consuming every ounce of free time I have, and I'm for it. All right, let's jump into this today. So, multiplayer. Made some good progress yesterday on multiplayer, actually. So we're going to go ahead and launch the preview. We can see our fancy new TerraFarmers front page. Fresh out the gate with those settings. You're going to be able to enable and disable tooltips and certain things in here. The account section, you'll be able to change your name. I've already got some typing. Right now, it doesn't quite do anything just yet, but it will later. I'm going to fine tune this up a little bit. It's a good start, I think. I'm not sure really what would make an excellent um homepage, but I think as long as it covers everything we need, right? I'm looking forward to getting achievements inside of your account. You're going to be able to over here. You're going to be able to change your character, um, and so you're going to unlock skins via your achievements. And I'm thinking that basically what we'll do is the achievement system will be your save file effectively, and we'll integrate it into Steam. And so that way, no matter when you come back to your game, you'll always have your skins and everything you've unlocked because no one can dupe their achievements on like that on Steam. Mod manager. I've decided that we're gonna support some modding in the back end. I'll start building the game with that consideration in mind. But let's launch the game. So I have a slight issue because I ran into a bug last night. Uh, let me join. Oh, there we go. Okay. Um, with the mouse control. And so I need to configure the cursor for each player now for the in this logic for this to work. But depending on which way you face, your character will face that direction. Um, and now the multiplayer is in sync. And then this guy doesn't flip based on the mouse because the server doesn't tell him to flip or anything. Um, and so I still got to work on that. But we've got really good synchronization. And we can see even the flipping. Yeah, you could use that like checkpoints. I did listen to that conversation. It's hard not to now see currently uh, pirate software not exploding everywhere on the TikTok shorts and long form content, which is awesome. He's Thor's a very interesting person. I actually subscribe to him. Or I joined his follower club. Very insightful individual if you actually listen to what he's saying. All right. Uh, Riley's like, all right, dude, now just show me the multiplayer code. The code. I can see you frothing at the mouth. No, I'm just kidding. All right, let's do this. So, What's up, Bo? Want the game be free? What do you I'm what are you talking about? Which game? Okay. No, the my game will not have microtransactions. I'm aiming for a paid game with no microtransactions. I hate microtransactions. That's the last thing I ever want to do. But no, I don't want to do that. Don't want to. Cosmetics, when I say cosmetics, I don't mean microtransactions. Well, how it's I mean how listen, how marketing or you go into how do you make money making a game? I'm hoping to make most of mine off of like ad revenues and the original founding of my game. Um, I plan on hosting a free browser single player that doesn't have any of the multiplayer stuff. Um, and then like through HTML through the website, and then I think in the long run, what I want to do is just like sell the multiplayer aspect. I hate loot boxes. I will. Okay, that's one thing I'll never do. I'll never do a battle pass or a fucking loot box. Gouge my eyes out. If it's a free game, I think it's acceptable to do cosmetics, but I really want this game to be an experience where I want this to be the game that I enjoy playing, and because I enjoy playing it, I'm going to keep making content for it in the long term. So I think it makes more sense to either launch in expansions as a paid product or continuing as a free service and just make the game have more value and make it worth raising the price on. But I don't know. Yeah, basically, I was thinking that. So the game itself, single player, is free. But if you want to join the relay, you just have to buy the multiplayer, which is, $5, $10. We'll see. It doesn't need to do particularly well for me to be satisfied. But it's not about that for me. I want to make a game, but I want to do a successful game launch, and I want to do all the things that I know that I can do. But anyway, so let's jump in this multiplayer code. So some of this is stripped out of the example template, so that way I could understand what was going on. And like I coded it all, like I went through all the process. But while I was looking at it, um, I tried to assign the player to a specific ID as they join the game, but something interesting happens where every time, like the game prioritizes the client first. And so even though you're like the second client joining, you're still the first client on your side. And so I need to tweak how the position is calculated. But once this is like it's confusing because it kind of happens out of order. So looking at this is code that doesn't work currently. Um, we have to run our multiplayer statements in the while else conditions to make them uh like have the to necessarily send things between the server. It seems like maybe because they don't send at the exactly the same time, so just doing these while like it just keeps it functioning. I thought you could have just triggered these, but I've tried them every other way and they don't function that way. So that's just the way I've been telling myself I have to do it. Why? Because I don't know. I don't know why. But that's why I've been doing it. So I've been assigning, so when the client connects, we've been assigning the player, as the variable goes up, we're assigning the player who's active, whatever active player is joining. And in this time, I said before that I was only planning on the game being up to 4 players, but that might change over time, and how we iterate through these people will be different. I would like to automate this process into making it into a loop system where it's very easy for when people connect, or not a loop, but some sort of modula or differential, where as we load into these, we cycle through every ID, and when you're reconnecting to a server, it'll first check for your saved values. Um, but when we do certain tasks in the server, let's see here. Movement is a good example. We don't have to check for if players are doing certain things. We can just look. We can say, hey, if the client sends that, select the instance where the player is sending a write, and move that player to write. When you release it, set it to false. And then when we go into our player script, which is now running all of our multiplayer stuff, we can go to the run section. And so inside of each section, you have to declare when your player 1 do these functions, when your player 2, because on the client side, when the server sends back a signal, they need to know what player to move. So that way, so what happens is the client sends a ping to the server sends a ping back. And the client says, I'm moving, and the server says, you're moving, yes. And then the client says, I'd like to move here, at the same time. And the server goes, yes, go ahead and move to there. And while you're doing that, now, because we're checking for every player that's in the system, we update that, we assign that player, and the player 2, player 3, player whatever their ID is. And then we cycle that and update each of their controls. So you have to check, and that's why this is inefficient. Unless you know how many players your maximum is, this is long run not sustainable. You need to do it in a way that, because just because a player joined when you're number 1, so let's say everybody leaves the server and you're back to number 1. Right now, under the current circumstances, it would just add the player reconnecting to the very end of that queue, and not back to where they were in that queue. So we need to do some changes to the multiplayer to make that work. But then, although we define those inputs that are being pressed by each individual player, we then control the movement outside of that. We don't have to define the simulation of the movement, because that's on the client, and the client knows all those values and what needs to happen. So the server just makes sure that they get sent the right signal. So we don't have to tuck it in those loops. What's up, Artistic? So now what I'm going to be working on here is starting to define what we need to do to track the cursors, and then also the player's arm. So we're going to work on that right now, so we can see this kind of in action in real time. My hand hurts. Okay. My carpal tunnel is killing me. All this time programming. Ah, my hands hurt. Okay. Uh, let's take a look here. So, some of you might be wondering as well how we did the camera. So at the beginning of the scene, we zoom the base layer in. I'm actually going to move this up to 3. And then what we do is we check if the player state, my player, is true. So the game is checking, the engine is the think engine is checking in the client side if you are set on the server to own that player, if it's assigned to you. And if it is, lerp the camera position if you want that nice smooth transition. Get that camera follow that gives you some wiggle room. If you don't want that, where your character stays always basically directly in the center, get rid of the lerp and just center it on the player. Okay. Okay. So in the game events, up here yonder, way up here in the top here, we're gonna get us all situated. Let's see. Let's add a event group. We're gonna call this cursor, and we're gonna start adding some conditions here. So I don't have a cursor. What? Okay, I was gonna ask you guys this actually. I would like community feedback on this. I was thinking about drawing a what? Don't hold on. This one. I was thinking about doing a indicator, so it sits X amount of distance from your player, and then when you move your mouse, you can't actually see. It just shows the indicator around you. But then I was thinking about that, and that might not work for because it's going to be twin stick style movement, right? So if it's on the controller, um, the right analog stick will be your look direction. All right, boys. I forgot I had my Steam open. Oh, you gotta make me shut tile down? All right. I've had that open for like 6 days. Thanks, Steam. Piss off, please. All right. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the mouse cursor. Either we need an indicator or we need to make a mouse cursor. So when you're on a controller, the right stick will be your look direction, and when you're on PC, it'll be your mouse. There's so many different ways to do this, but I'm curious what you would prefer if you had a choice. Riley, do you know how to turn off programs on startup? Because if you don't, I can show you. It's very easy. Are you on Windows? And what version of Windows? Perfect. Go to your task manager, startup apps, and disable that stuff. Just click on it. Disable. Click on it. Disable. I don't even know what this is. See, there's stuff in here that I don't even know. I don't know what that is. Get out of here. Click on it. Blast it. Click on it. Blast it. And then it won't boot up on startup. Yeah, I also thought about making it toggleable. So, like, either you can have an indicator or you can turn it off in the menu. or it doesn't start enabled, but it's a quality of life option for people who need to see something visual. You do use the mouse in the game, inventory management and stuff. It'll be different on controller because it'll be by movement, grid based movement. At the moment, it doesn't really bother me, like because the mouse is currently in the game. So I guess we won't change anything. So what we could do though, if we had a custom cursor, and maybe we'll make one very rudimentarily. Uh, and just do like a one of these crosshairs. Let's see. I'm not gonna make it black, but I can't see it very well. I think I'm just gonna shrink it down in the engine, something to just draw it temporarily. I think we'll probably end up hiding them in the long run, but I just want to add something so we have. I could show how to do this. It's free moving currently. All right, file export selected, UI. Actually, that's perfect place. UI. Uh, it does not. Maybe. Hmm. Yes, Bo. It needs to. It deserves that. If I'm gonna have a crosshair, then it deserves to have the space to breathe. So we can just lurk between the player's position, center, and the crosshair. And so that way, when you pull your mouse, you can kind of see a little bit farther, or it just shifts the camera. Pushes the cursor, tries to keep them within the bounding box. Sorry, I was popping my knuckles. You probably could hear that through the fucking microphone. My bad. Wigs some people out. Okay. Anyways, so going back into here, let's do something new. Game scene, add something. We'll do a sprite. All right. Inside of our game event, under the cursor at the beginning of the scene, we're going to hide the cursor. And we're going to create a cursor at the 0, 0 position on the UI layer. So now we need to add the UI layer. And then we need to switch that to UI, create another condition, and then we want to change the cursor position. So position of the cursor to the cursor X on the UI layer. And then cursor Y. Yeah. And then we need to, so that's just to set the cursor, right? But now we need to detect where the cursor is. And that could be, yeah, we'll just, we'll create it right underneath it. And I'm doing all this because eventually when we have so many events, we can start um, setting them into sub or bigger groups, subgroups and everything. So for now, we're just going to keep building it up this way. It's a scene variable. One second. Let me. So this is where we could start the condition. We could add a Boolean condition to not show the cursor maybe while we're dead, or under another trigger event, like when we have only draw the crosshair when we have an item in our hand, right? We could add a condition like that. But for now, we have to check it for each player. And this is where that annoying thing comes into play, where we copy back in the player finite state machine in the run, we have to check for each player. So this is where I'd like to do loops, or to do another method of this, but it's going to take me a little bit of time to sort through. I'm just trying to figure out, I'm just getting started, truly understanding how the multiplayer function's set up, which is a different way of thinking, but that's easier to me than trying to make code more efficient. There's people whose job that is. Usually, I'm just a UX UI designer. I'm gonna make it rough and tough, and then you polish it, right? But it's I have to do it by myself. So, anyways, and then what we're going to do is under this condition, we're going to check the cursor position, so it's a scene variable. Reborn, what I assume you're doing is you're trying to set this up on your own. I'll show you where I initialize and how I initialize player state my player. Cursor X POS1 and set that to cursor X. And we want to do the same thing for cursor Y. So just change this Y, cursor Y. All right, so going back into the server events, we go through, so the process of connecting as a client starts here. So when we connect the client, we change the scene variable, right? And then if you are assigned that player, if you're player number 1, create a player at this position. And so what we do is then we check where we created the player. We bounce up into our client, defining the client number. Our wait. We're checking for the I am player 1 trigger. Give me a second. Where did I put all that stuff? I lose track of my own stuff. Is it in the initializer? Did I move it into the initializer? Nope. I think it's all right here. Give me a second. My brain. It's all trigger state stuff. So it's like scene I am number 1. we toggle the so you have state and you have player state, and this is inside of think. I guess we'll start here. Um, I'm not sure like they in the description it says that the player state is for like keeping variables synchronized between. It's like the exception to some of the uh rule states that they have defined for this. It's in the uh documentation. I can't remember off the top of my head. It just said to do this, so it made sense. Uh Player 1. Oh yeah. There we go. Sorry. So yeah, when we define the player's position, we then change the scene variable. Because this is client side, the scene variables are determined uh, differently than the server, right? So as a player connects, they need to know what player they are and what player to control. And so this system, this is why I don't really like this system, because you have to know exactly which players. So after we spawn the player, the player that is running the server is the host. You'd think that this is enough, but you have to assign the player by the XY value currently or by a player ID. I just haven't implemented that system. When I tried doing it uh, at creating them an ID, it ran where the server was controlling all of the players, but each client could control their own character. So I just need to work on that a little bit. I'm losing my voice, guys, because I've been live streaming so much and barely sleeping. Anyways, um, I got to do more of that. But okay, so back up to our cursor situation. Start. Stop swearing so loud. I'm swearing loudly. Am I just really close to my microphone? Not really. It's like a foot and a half away. I might have said that when I was like facing it. That's the only time I raise my voice. Are you serious? Is when I swear. Good to know. Good to know. I didn't know that about myself. I don't know why I find that so amusing. Oh, yeah, you're right. I do sing to myself sometimes when I'm in distress. It's a tick. I don't know why I do that. Uh, okay. So then in the server, so now that we set the position in the client, right after we do that, we then have to send it to the server. So then every time we move our mouse, we have to ping that to the server, and that will help the server decide which way the player's facing, all sorts of stuff. So send the message. So server client, send a message to the server, and we're gonna call this one cursor X with lowercase pos1. And we need to pass the extra data. So when we send this, we need to explain what we're like linking it to. So we're basically saying send the cursor one position to the server with the extra data of where that cursor actually is or what the value of that is, and uh, the capital, the client version. I gotta send that. Make sure you send these in as a text message. Send it in text, and then same thing with cursor position 2, or sorry, position 1. Make this Y instead, and then do the same thing over here. So we have the uppercase version, the client, the lowercase version to the server. Now we have to do this for each player. And so now player number 2, and then we just change it and change the numbers to 2. That's the only difference. Again, not the system that I would recommend running for something that's supposed to be efficient and have, but for an example, it's excellent. So now that we've done that, and we can track that player's position, the server needs to then send the signal back to the player. So we then need to go back to our player. Uh, uh, well, so the reason why we send it to the server, right, is so that way we can track the cursor's position. So when you shoot at something, the server can track. So right now, this should be fine. So if I start the game now, our cursor's working, and it's drawing where it should. No. Wait. Yes. Yes. Sort of. I think that depends, right? So you're passing whenever you pass information that you want to trigger between all the player states, kind of like it's like a it, this is part of that toggle system, right? So when a client joins, how do they know that they're player 1 versus player 2? When they join, and depending on what number they are in the initiation order, they get assigned a Boolean variable, which all players have. It's a player number, or a text ID for their server ID or whatever, and then with the variable I am player 1, um that would just be like a player boolean, right? But we're toggling them between different clients so that you use that to synchronize between those. So yes, it does synchronize, but it's like that value synchronizes based on what you're, depending on the order that you're doing things. But I don't call that boolean state. So like I only call it, so like here when I'm trying to decide who the client can control, we're saying that if you're player number 2 in the server, but your client assumes that you're player number 1 until you join the server, and then you need to tell it who to become. So you're saying if my player, if particularly player state my player is enabled after we bind it, when you create the player, when they connect, because you bind it here, right? You set this boolean to true. I haven't set it up inside of any of my objects. It's just it is a object variable, player state, your current picked player, and my player, which is the object variable of player state. Uh, that's awesome, Riley. I'm glad to hear that you're getting motivated by this stuff. As best as I can understand how that works, because technically anything that it has a synchronized object is synchronized across everything. But then you have to assign it after it's synchronized, which is the same thing you'd have to do in like Unreal. You have to assign it to a player. You have to tell the server what to do, but client server messages So when the scene variable is I am player 2, which is a scene variable, we bind the player to that when they join the client. So if you're like the third client to join, your client will then tell you that you're now player 3 as well as the server, or based on the server. So then we need to make sure that when you do things locally, it responds to each other client locally. So then the host fills in player 1, who, you know, even if you leave, I guess if you leave now, that player, that slot that was created was just for you, and it's now filled. We have to then minus a player, delete their inventory, delete all that other stuff, and then like reuse it, because the client itself only knows that there's only 4 players that are there. So we need to build a system where there can be more than that to make it modulated and mod friendly and some other stuff. But I'm just hoping that getting your eyes on the code helps you explain it better than I can. Really, it's hard. I understand how these things work, like on a like watching it flow out, but I struggle with getting my mouth to say the right words because I'm not educated in it. I just have scoured it enough to make it work, like a rat in a maze. Okay, I've just eaten the cheese enough times to know what's going on. I know enough that it works. Okay. Anyways, now for each client. Whoa, where you going, guy? Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. Oh, whoa. Where you going? Whoa. Uh, Stop. What happened? So I think that state too. So player state is like object oriented state changing, and then the state dot is like server based changing, server issues to the client. Yeah. So here we're saying for the Boolean value, once we toggle it, this is saying, do you control the player? If you are the one in control of the player, like if the server recognizes that you're the client, main client for that instance, then lerp to you, if that makes sense. So it's like, it's not saying, it's telling the like client, the player's client, player state, player client side, that you control that. The server tells you that you get to control that player, and then this assigns that one to you. And then so you're saying, hey, when you control this, or when the server recognizes that, then lerp to that controlled instance. I'm trying to figure out. Um, hmm. So underneath here, now we can, instead of checking for the cursor's position, we can check for this cursor's position. So if the X position of the cursor is greater than the player, and then here if it's less than, and you own it, we don't need to do the owning anymore. And there we go. So now when we launch the player, we should have our negative. We don't want to do it like that. We want to do it like this. Even more wrong. What? Oh, they're the same. Hard to change your character directions, Alex, when it doesn't work right, because you're putting them in the wrong area. I thought that this would have worked, though. If it's... Maybe I do need to have the ownership statement in it? I wouldn't have thought so. Okay. Uh... Okay, so we need to tell the player. So basically, what we need to do is when the player needs to send a message, we're already sending a message of where our cursor is, right? And so now what we need to do is check if, like, if we flip a position, like flop from one side to the other, we need to send a message to the server to change that. And then when we get that message back, then change it. Thinking about multiplayer hurts my brain. Okay, explain it. What did you sort out here? Because mine are guesstimations. My understanding is passing the player state. Well, I'll wait. I'll wait to what you have to say. Yeah, indeed. I'm excited too. Because the THNK picked player is that player ID. Oh, interesting. You were Right. Okay. No. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Right. Wait. So you're saying so player state becomes ID basically like -1 dot my player. Yeah. The array because it is a play. Ah. Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 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 Uh huh. Uh huh. Because it's effectively the you're looking for the third number of the array, which is the ID, a specific ID or whatever. But when you do quotes like that, I don't think you need to pass it in as a string, do you? Oh, yeah, ID is a string, isn't it? Yeah, I was like, you're good. I understood what you meant. Yeah, but you could also just target if it is an array, whatever -1, right? I guess it doesn't really matter. If it's ID 3 quote 3, it's ID 2 quote 2. You just got to know that you start at -1. The server's -1. The first player is a 0, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know why that is. My oh oh wait server for each instance. I was in the wrong section. I was putting the server to control the player's flip, but I think we just control that on the client side. Yeah, that no, that does make sense, and I think that that is the case. That's how we can tell the player count and how many people are in the server, and we can check the lobbies that way. I also found out with the think relays, we can actually set tags on each of our rooms. So you can create a browser search that has tags. So like modded and unmodded maybe, things like that. Modded games though, we're gonna have to change it to an IP based system. So integrating mod support is gonna be a longer term thing, because our main multiplayer support is gonna be for uh, Room Relay. So Room Relay, the host hosts the game, um, but they all of their actions get sent to the relay, then to the server, then the server to the relay, then the server back to the player. So normally, um, okay, so basically in the client, right after cursor, after detecting cursor, you got to create one more thing. I forgot this. I don't know what I was. We need to flip character, right? So we have to send that to the on the client side. So we're going to take the variable that that I have stored in here, which is this one. If the variable player state, oops, right here. If you own the player and you have a weapon, or in this case, all the time, we haven't defined anything like that. No, Riley. So that is the drawback of this system. If we use the TCP protocol, IP protocol, then we release your IP address. But by running a server relay, your connection goes through the server. So we'll have a server selection to let you select the area. So I'll have one in Europe. I'll have one in Asia. I'll have one or two or three in the US. And then you'll be able to select US West, US East, whatever your best server is. And then when you're matchmaking or going into a game, it'll pick the server that's closest to you first. And then we can expand on that because we want to make sure that all of our players and relays can actually send information to each other too. And so we have a way to daisy chain information. So even though you're like, we could be like, you could still play co-op more efficiently, but we wouldn't do any PvP features this way. So now we want to say in this, right? We want to say, I had the right idea before, and we are going to still track our individual cursor, not the crosshair. The crosshair is being drawn, but we don't need that. We don't need the crosshair's position. That's a dot for our server to know where things go. Instead, we want to check that cursor position. And so we want to check to see if the player X, if it's greater than the player X. And we want to do the player X, we want to do it in the center. So point X center to make sure our player is flipping the way it should, right? And then we're going to trigger this once. Every time we fire that signal. And then same thing here when the X is, in this case, less than the player center. Oh, really? Oh, see, you are looping through the... See, yeah. Because the my player object is signaling... Really? Wait. Hold on. Full stop. I'm sad. Oh, okay. That's really good news. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to do that. And the way that we're going about what I'm doing right now is so slow. Are you sure we're not going to need to sync any of that? Because that changes a lot of stuff, doesn't it? I see why you're like, go check Discord. That's gonna change all my scripting, and that will make implementing what I want to do way easier. Whoa, what? If that's the case, it really is that simple. Maybe that guy wasn't lying. Remember when I was mocking? Oh, were you here yesterday when I was mocking that person? I wasn't really mocking them, but the guy who created Stranded on a Raft, I said he's a liar. I'm eating my own words because if that is true, then everything that I worked on for 10 hours yesterday is moot. I'm trying not to raise my voice and swear because Bo doesn't like it, but I was about to. I realized that I was raising my volume. All right, let's check this out. Let's do it. You didn't send me a virus, did you? I can't afford the Twitch ban. I'm just kidding. I'm not even on Twitch. uh, all right, let's check it out. Check it out now, brother. Check it out now. All right, open a project on my computer. Oh, I need to launch off the initialize menu. Yep. Does the code actually matter? No. I guess it does. Okay. So it just can't be nothing. I thought it just looked like it was already set. So I wasn't sure. Oh god, it's the long relay server. That's why. Whoa. No, it's not synchronizing. Well, it is one player. Blue isn't being synchronized. So the server. What do you mean it is? Why is it not moving here? Oh. No. What? That doesn't make sense. Because then I should be able to see it move. If the camera not lerping isn't the same thing as not being able to. That red guy should still be synced with blue, but he's not. Maybe their ID is. Blue should be moving. Red synced, but blue's not. In the secondary client. You're not too far off. The method you're using is working. You're just not sending, you're not resyncing the player's positions in the client. So you need to check if the ID isn't yours, then find the ID that it is and that's bound to, and synchronize it back with the client. That's what I was trying to do before. That's what I was saying. If we can figure that out, then it makes all of this super easy. Yeah, because this client is definitely not updating. Red is definitely working, but that's because it's the server, it's the host. Uh, mhm. The Boolean action. Can you try removing the object Boolean actions and let only the this? No, we're setting the ID numbers. What are you saying? Set the. Sorry. Delete the variables and just set the Boolean action to true. Yeah. Okay. Now I can't move that player. I can't move either of them. Oh wait, no, sorry. I forgot you used arrows. My bad. Yeah, blue's not synced. So what I had to do was assign the player. You had to send a signal to the server to let it know what player it is in the client. So every time a host is created, the client needs to create or every time a client connects to the server and the server sends it to the client needs to differentiate. So here, if you are the server on the client side and you're true, do this. If you're not the server, when you join the game on based on the player's position, because they're created at the start of the lobby. Like this would be good for a battle royale or something where you know you're going to spawn somewhere and we can assign it to players, but it isn't good for what we're trying to do, which is create a player dynamically. And that I haven't been able to figure that out either. Well, yeah, so yeah, I was gonna say the next step would be to in because that's what we do in our player movement, right? So inside of our player movement, when the keys are pressed, I think what we could do here, well, can't I just test that here by just changing this instead of to say that I am player one to assign it to if I own the player? The center camera action only works for the main player though. It's not working on the other player. Was it? Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Sorry. So, but then couldn't I just say instead of here, instead of saying this, we can just check the boolean if your theory is correct, right? We could just set if it's true, and that would send it to the play to send it outward. No, now I'm not moving at all. Interesting. But that might be fundamentally just how I have my codes squared away. Because all I check for, right, when the signal is sent, it sends it to the server, the direction I sent, and then the server sends back the input being true. And if it is true, then simulate the movement. And the client has this on both ends. And the reason why we don't need to check what player it is, because we're just saying that when a player's input is right and the server confirms that with the client knows to use the actions on the client end. The variable behavior, so the behavior variables, which is not something that we can pass between the server and everything else according to the text, only under certain circumstances. Gotta put my glasses on. This is getting serious. But yeah, if you find when you find the way to do this the right way, um, in the way that the condensed way, that's the right way for me. The way you're going about it is what I wanted to do. I just couldn't figure it out that way, so I went about it this way. So if you can figure it out, that would be very, 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 very valuable. Good information to know. I see where you're going with it, and that was the route that my brain was going. I just don't know enough about how this system works to make it fucking do what I wanted to do. Sorry, I swore again. Just raised my voice when I did it. And then here you can see that when the client is sending the message and repeat these conditions while true, continuously move that input. But in this particular event system that I was doing, let me get back to the program here. I want to send the signal to flip my character. So we're going to send the action server client only send the message flip player. If it's less than flip the player, and if it's not, don't flip the player. I have this around. This is the wrong way. Right? Yeah. I had to think about it for a second. We're good. So now we can send those signals, and then we can go down to our server. And when we receive from the client that they want to flip the weapon, so or the player rather, underneath the server code, add a group, flip player signal, flip player setting player flip direction, I guess. I don't freaking know. When this condition is true, so it's a while statement. So while the condition is true that the client has sent the code flip. I don't, what did I even name it? Damn, dude. I'm so tired. Flip. We'll just call it flip and don't flip. I don't know. I don't need it to just flip. Don't flip. While it says flip, we don't need to check if there's any we need to check to see hurts. We need to check for the instances not owned by the player, but we need to check for yeah, check for the instances linked to the player, and then flip. And then while we get sent the don't flip, flip no. Excellent. I like it when my crosshair goes bonkers. Um, what have I done? Where's our player? Where'd our player go? Welcome back. We lost. I don't. Oh, it's because I'm just starting the scene. Ugh. All right. All right. Preview. Launch. Start the game. Join the game. Okay. So I think I did need what I had earlier, and then I removed it because I wasn't sure. We're going to put the instances back to the player, so that makes sure that the player only launches the right way. So that should work still. Good. Let me, if I get this working, then I will add the next player. Okay, that's good. That's not good. I can't control the player anymore. But now the mouse is... Wait. What is going on with my second player? His bones are whack. I got no control over this guy. Oh, man, I'm confused. Move all this stuff at the bottom. Not that it matters, really. Just moving things around. I'm getting really quiet here because I'm just trying to understand what I'm missing. I did something that broke my synchronization between my players. And I'm really unsure as to why. Can this, why did that stop? Please continue to be the thing that I need you to be. So this player is working, of course, because he's the host. The host always works. What? I feel like my server is really gummed up. I think that's what's going on. Or I have some sort of broken loop that's like breaking my relay server. Let's remove the flip conditions and see if that fixes our player situation. I'm wondering if my server just isn't capable of. If that's the case, it shouldn't be so fast. No, I think that I just had some sort of broken code. No, now he won't move at all. Oh, there he goes. He's doing his own business. Where are you going, guy? You're not even going the right way. Is it this cursor issue? Like, I feel like it didn't start until after I added the cursor. Let's disable the flip to character, disable the detecting cursor and the deleting cursor, and let's go back and check to see what the heck is going on. That's all I've done this stream so far, other than break my code. So once this player begins, there he goes. He's just, I don't know where he's going. I don't think he knows where he's going. Oh, yeah, he does. Oh, he's working fine. I'd remove the flip on the player entirely. So it has something to do with that cursor. Let's take a peek at this. All right. Little by little, we're going to start launching and previewing, seeing what's going on. Uh, okay, now it's working. Sometimes it does that. I don't know what that's about. I don't know if it needs like player input first and the host. I've noticed that that's a little weird. I feel like I'm slowly getting out of sync though. All right, so let's break it even further. So I am number 3. Gotta go through here and add everything for those important other players. Go back to the main menu, not the main menu, the game scene. If your player is created at 300x position, you are player 3. I am player 3. If you are player 3 and you're created at the position of 300, Start the game. Join the game. Uh, where's the other one? Someone won't let me join. So I must not have set one of the settings. Oh, I think it's when I created the player. Hold on. I don't think I added them to the. No, I did. Yeah, you think maybe the camera isn't quite set up right or something? Or not the camera, but like the. I have no idea. Like it. I don't know why this one doesn't want to work. Oh, that's not good. And then my player's broken again. I think. I don't know what. I don't know what's going on. No. Can't even get the. It's on the connect though, so I gotta go back to the main menu. When join is clicked, connect to the testing game server. As it should. Wait, hold on. Maybe they're like different clients on accident for some reason. No. All right. Well, it looks like we're gonna start rebuilding our multiplayer because this isn't working. Some of these delays are just not right. I can't be having that. Um, Let me put it at a different location. I'll put it at 0, 300. I don't know why that would matter, but I just want to move my player around, see if some reason the position is weird. I don't see how that would be true. I think there's something going on with my relay server. It seems like my response time is getting slower and slower and slower. And then my other player's responsive time is not as... I mean, it's alright, but it's not what it was before. Then I can't even get this other player to spawn at all. Hmm. Also, this should be center X, not... I don't... On a completely different note. This doesn't really matter. Hmm. I don't know why. I have no idea why it's not spawning another player. Uh, this just isn't working for me. Let me go check my droplet on my DigitalOcean account to make sure that my server is running well. Hardly anything. CPU usage hasn't gone very high. Disk usage hasn't gone very high. So it's not that. Okay, um I think we just need to reconsider how we're spawning people. That's the best way to start with this. Uh Hey, Reborn, work with me for a second. I know you're working on your project, you're trying to figure out the same thing. Are you making any progress? Okay. Um Help me. Okay, let's right. I got what you meant. Let's do this together. I need your help. So, using the same sort of logic that you had created, let's let's institute what we already know and let's simplify it so that we can select a player ID and use my system that we have up here to assign it a player number. Let's iterate upon this so it's not based on a spawn location. And then I think once we figure that out, we can boil down what we have to then break it into its basic fundamental components, and then we can make a template like you had. Let's break my game. uh okay. So we want a player count. A player so I would like to start checking to see uh in our main menu we save some settings to a JSON file, and those are our sound and global settings. So we can save client settings to some sort of folder space. And so if you're the host, we want to save each player's storage on your device to make sure that they aren't duping items coming into your server, bringing a character in, anything like that. Well, I think that's because you're calling in yours, you're calling if they are in your control, but you're not updating the system for anybody who's not in the player's control. Because this is a client ready side, not the host. This says you're the host of your computer. You are the client in charge of this. What happens for all the other ones? Well, so we need to do like for each client that there is in an array, for each one of them, do these features, right? Or for all of it, right? A boolean, like, because right here we're applying, we're assigning. Well, how? Okay, so on the client side, right? You're getting it so that way they're moving. So like if you control the player, move it, right? So like in our finite state machine, we're saying, hey, if we're saying if player one moves, if the player who's assigned as player one moves and send these signals to the server, then report that and send it back to the client. But we don't need to define the players the return from the return from the server is separate from the identity of who's moving. So we need to do it per ID. So for every player that gets added to the server, we just need to base it on their ID number. And the client, every time a user connects, the server needs to send that to the client, letting them know what player just joined, what ID number they are. And we store that into a local variable on the host. So that way the host can reassign a player. It can do a fact check, like a handshake. So when the player reconnects, it can check to see if there's a stored ID with their like user ID or something like that. So what I need to do is let's break down the spawning so we can spawn an infinite number of people. I'd like to work on that if we can. So like as long as the players are under 4, right? If the player's under 4, every time a player connects, if there is less than 4, do this feature. Right? I'm not crazy, right? Who gets control of that player now is going to be all funked up. Uh, I can program in Python. I know some JavaScript, uh, HTML and CSS. I normally do web development stuff. I know Tailwind CSS. I'm a visual. I do a lot of design and elements in uh, Tailwind. That's my expertise. So therefore, I use some JavaScript. I develop in React JS. I think having familiarity and knowing is I have a familiarity with a lot of programming languages, but I wouldn't say I know any of them like truly. Even though I work with Tailwind and JavaScript all the time, I still wouldn't say that I know them 100%. Um, I'm looking at this because I need to think about how I want the server to create players. So every time a player connects, we want to trigger the event add player to 1. Do we even need this right now? Preview, start game. Okay, so that's just what. Oh, they did work. What is going on in my game, bro? Why did he change location? Oh. Huh. So this guy's client's working, but he knows that he's the owner of it, but he doesn't have control over the player because I took it away. So now. Okay, so now going backwards here. Just get rid of this stupid stuff that's in my face. Looking at just this, so now we should have just the one player, right? Define the one player. Launch another preview, join the game. I should still be able to join, but I don't think I can now do, I can, other than controlling the mouse direction, I can't actually do anything on the client, which is exactly like it was before. So then we're going to say if we're going to change some of our scripting here. Okay. Player's working, of course. And now the player's working. But at a huge delay. Now he's not moving at all. Nope, nope, stop, stop. I don't know where you're going. Where are you going? Okay. No flipping, just moving. I'm going to restart our relay. I have a feeling that there's something going on with our relay. Like maybe because the room that we're doing, that the more times we use that room, because the room doesn't get destroyed. So I think that every time we've been joining the room, we're creating another instance, another instance, another instance, and I wonder if that the room density. Where where are you initializing that script? Because that's got to be done on the server. So when a client disconnects, pick the instance of the player that's linked to the player and then delete the player. But it has to be inside the server. That's server run code. Yeah, well, I don't mean like that's like reiterating the same room. I wonder if like the relay every like I don't know. I'm not sure actually. I don't know. I would assume that the relay would automatically close, but I don't want to make any assumptions because I haven't ever looked at the script really. But didn't that like instantly change? Like we just immediately connected, and now we're working immediately. So clearly something was going on there. I think our relay server is starting to get bogged down somehow. I don't know. But now we're gonna. It should continue to work for a little while. I'll just restart it again when I need to. It could have also just been a bug. What do I know? Oh God, or not. It doesn't like this code at all. Like, I feel like I'm trying to send out signals, but it won't. What is happening? It has to be with this detect the cursor script stuff, right? Everything was running fine until it freaking wasn't. Um, this would be so much easier if it was the other type of server. I think because we're using relays, we have to code a little bit differently. Because if we were doing direct IP connections, this would be easy. What we're trying to do, not easy, but it'd be easier. What we're already trying to do would just work. Come on, let me join. What's your deal? And no control. Which makes sense. All right. We're gonna close down what we're doing here and build everything from the ground up. All right, so we have player mechanics, movement, and this is unchanged. We don't need to change anything in movement. In presses or releases, that works. It's running each condition when the client sends these messages, send back that input to the client. Uh, does hmm. Wait, what? Guy's walking away. Where you going, bud? Uh, I didn't need to identify the player at all. Whoa. Okay, so this is where we can, as long as the player count, as long as the hold on. If the scene variable on the server, which is the host, is less than compare. I don't want compare. Oh yeah, I do. Dude, no. I, I'm so tired. Shit. This is what I want, but not this, basically. But there. I don't know why that is less than 4. Do this, right? I think. Or do I need to... Or is that only going to trigger once whenever that is the case? That's only going to trigger once whenever that's the case. I believe that's what is happening here. I was hoping that... I can't remember. I'm trying to do it for every time. Maybe the trigger once is what's causing it, but I don't want to create 1,000 players like every second, you know? I don't know if that update was what fixed that, or if I finally connected after a long ass wait time. No, it's working. Okay. The relay is just really slow. I think I need to increase the CPU maybe of the relay. Or maybe it just takes a second to load. Maybe I'm just being really impatient, expecting it to be super fast, and it's just not. But the synchronization is pretty good. So now we should be able to create another client. Because I didn't put a cap on it, the player number count has just been adding constantly. Right? I think. See if this actually loads. I'm just going to move it over to the other screen. It did load. Hmm. Let's move that over. I'm running away. The other player doesn't know where he's going. I can't get the third one to join. Uh, Maybe it has to do with my host. Again, let me go into my extensions. I'm not worried about this IP being leaked because I'm going to change it. So this is the relay server. Well, I guess I'll just move it. It's fine. Just in case, no reason to expose things I don't need to. So start the game, launch, preview, turn the game. Hey, what's up, Volts? All right. Let's see. There's actually an online pixel or planet generator that you can use. Actually, I didn't do that. I can do that. I didn't do that. I don't know why I can only connect 2 people. Start the game, another preview, join the game. Okay, that's working fine. Another preview, join the game. It's like my relay is rejecting another connection. It's a technical foul. I don't know where this player's going. Where are you going, bud? Go the other way. Okay. Come on. Let me join. So this, maybe it's a menu event? I don't... Hmm. This one's still not joining. Reborn, have you been able to get more than 2 off the ground? I'm not sure why the server isn't letting me in. Okay, but what if I start the game? Connect a player to it. Right? So we're like right underneath the player. So I'll move the main player. And then I'll remove our guest player, relaunch it again, click join, and see if it joins. Because it won't. When the player count is reached, that's the end. Good. That's probably why. Because my client's only expecting there to be 2 people. Maybe not. Yeah, you have to send it as the secondary variable. So like this, it's the same thing as when we're detecting the cursor. You have to pass through the client's variable with the message that you're sending to the server. Like, do I even need this script? Do I need to define each player right yet? I don't even know. I'm struggling here, trying to undo what what I have, so I can figure out what's wrong. Okay, I can't move at all, which makes sense because there's no control. Uh, right now we're not, but if I was doing it, it would be a while loop. So basically, if you wanted to get the direction or get the variables that you're sending, you need to receive the same message as you sent. So let's say for example that our cursor location is our crosshair, right? So if that was the case, um, let's create a new one of these here. While statement, okay? We need to, if the client has sent these two, so then we check for the client. If the client, sorry, uh, it's in the wrong section. No, here, yeah. If the client, where's the fucking sent a message? Am I crazy? That's crazy ones. Oh, sorry, we're on the server. Duh. I thought I was on the client. So when the you got to send the cursor, right? So whatever the signal was that was sent to you. So cursor POS1, right? Cursor X POS1, and then in the additional data, you need to send what the player was sending. So if this was player one, it'd be cursor X POS1, and then you got to do that for both of them. So for the Y2. And then you check to see if the player owns that or is for it linked to the player, right? So then the repeat condition is pick an instance currently linked to the player, and then point uh let's see. Sorry, there's a thing here. Um there's a point in orbit tool, so you can point the item at that direction. So if there's a weapon, you could point in orbit or just look at whatever you need to do. But you just got to make sure you pass the data into here. So that's how the server accesses whatever you're sending in that message. Hold on, I just knocked my microphone off the stand. Reborn, send me your code and I'll look at it if you want me to try to fix it. I might as well do that right now because I'm not making any progress on mine. I can't get my server to add another freaking player beyond the first one. Or beyond the second one. Anyways. All right. I sent a message to Vegetato. See if I can't get the guy who really understands and did a lot of this himself. I believe that he understands this really well. All right. Let's take a look here. We'll save this. Not getting anywhere. One second. Sorry, I'm talking to Veggie. I'll open up your thing in just a second. I sent a message to Vegetato, so we'll see. He got back to me and asked what he could help with, but I sent him a link here. I'm not sure if he'll join or not. But a lot of what I've got going on is their system, and so what I want to do is understand a bit more about the player state to see if they can help explain that and how we can get those and collect those IDs and informations. It might be different because they use the direct peer connections, whereas like mine, I don't know. I've deleted so much in the last little bit trying to get this to work. Um, yeah, so I am curious if we can set an ID and then just check for the ID, you know. Reborn, what do we need to do to make can I get your focus here for a second? What do we need to do to make this this is wrong, right? Every time, I mean, obviously right now this doesn't really matter. This is arbitrary. But every time a player connects, we want to create and assign the player to that, the control over that, which we do. But I wanted to limit it to when, as long as we're under 4 players. But then for some reason, I can't ever connect a third player. Yeah, right, correct. Right, because this is a once when connected, just like this. And then we link it to the player, right? And we give them control. We set them, we link it, and then we give them control. I'll try it in that way. Maybe that'll make a difference. But yeah, yeah, it is. We'll see. Veggie said that he'll take a look, so hopefully that means that he's going to join us. You guys got a lot of experience with G Develop. See him all over the place. But being that they develop the have experience with THNK for a couple years now, hopefully their input here will be valuable. So right now this is arbitrary. We don't really need to keep track of that. Um, I think so. 2 years, something like that. What's up? So yeah, so okay, well, a couple of things. Are you experienced at all with the THNK relay? So I set up my own relay server, but it's not too different from the client broker server. I know that you've been around the THNK development for a while, since early 23 or 22 or late 22. Anyways, so I have your example, and I built the whole flow of uh the player true statements and right. I know. I don't want to do peer to peer. I want to do the room code. I know it's more complicated, but I don't like the idea of exposing IP addresses. I mean, it may be necessary with the way we set up servers. Uh, if they do get larger than like 4 player or something, but I wasn't really aiming for that. But that might be what the problem is. It could be the relay server code. I don't know because I can't get my hands inside of that. It's a Docker image. But effectively, I get stuck now. I can only create 2 player. I can't get more than 2 players to join my server.
on the relay. So if I do boot up my game, uh, okay, let's go back to our menu. Wrong button. I can get my first to join, my second to join, launch another preview. Can't get the third to join. But I'm quite literally about to pull my hair out. Like I've been working on this script like it just I'm trying to run my finite state machine. Okay, so effectively veggie, I what I'm trying to do is I've already developed a let me launch my other project over here. Um, so this is my normal game that I've been working on. We haven't updated some things, so it's a little out of date. But I'm trying to convert my finite state machine from the single player development that I have here into a think compatible system. And so we went from the ground up in this development, trying to establish the. So I guess I do have a question for you. The THNK picked player, um, that that code still remains true throughout, no matter because it's an actual core system mechanic, right? Can you pass other like? Can we assign an ID here? Like how I'm confused on how player state functions and state functions between in the context of the server and client. Because I want to be able to create a character per incoming client and not have to define them as what player they are by assigning them a player ID through the player state and then passing it into for each created, whenever there is a new player, add them to the array so we can save on the server, save player data and stuff like that. I really don't want to have to start all over again. But I think if we move to a server, we're just going to have to. Is it blurry? That's weird. Oh, it might be your connection to the thing. But which event do you want screenshots of my join event? Join event. Join event. But yeah, that's just. I mean, that's super straightforward. Is yeah, I got you. And the create. So I just sent you the created one. The connected and created is the same script. Yeah, Riley, but Giezo allows me to save those screenshots online instantly. So that way, if I want to copy and send them to you, it just looks like that, and I have a backup. If you do that on your clipboard and you like restart or something, you lose access to your. Mine also lets me shoot videos. Yeah, player 3, 4, it doesn't matter. Like there's no more. Once two people connect to a room through the relay, it seems that yeah, exactly, exactly. So I've set up my own relay, so I know that my connection, because the one in France is really bad for my connection. So if we preview our template, that one joins in. This one joins in, and then this one won't join in. Did you? Not on mine. I didn't work because this is still the host. Oh no, I closed the wrong one. It is. Yeah, I just set it up. You want to see my? Oh, you're talking about the client? Well, so right now I've disabled all of the player events really, other than my finite state missions. Are you talking about looking at the relay? I actually didn't even see if there was any settings in my relays. I just oh no, I'm still not sure what you mean. The host is the first client. Uh, so like in this case, right? So right now I disabled the like player count. So setting the player to true or whatever doesn't matter in the case of just trying to get people to connect. But in the player state, is there? Can we pass like ID? Is there? What are the other calls? Do you know for player state? I don't. The documentation is super limited. I don't even know how you found that. Okay, okay, okay. Right. Because we're setting my name to be the player ID effectively, right? Right. Okay. So then we can iterate upon a ID number. Okay. 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 That's good to know. But yeah, for some reason I just can't get more than two clients to connect with the relay server, and I'm wondering now if it has something to do with the actual like I didn't know you could actually override the URL that way. I did it manually through the on first load. I just moved it over because I'm looking at the script, but yeah, it doesn't make a difference. So I'm not entirely sure. It might just be the. No, I'm using the relay system, not the P2P system. I was looking at something. This doesn't really matter. So just the core and the think relay. I honestly thought that the think relay would just be so much easier to just do, but I honestly like with all the stress that we've been having trying to work with the relay script, the peer to peer is just yeah. I'm wondering if there's something else going on in the back end, like of the actual probably you're probably right. All right. Well, guess what, boys? You know what that means? Yep, peer to peer. Yeah, it's definitely. I just had hoped that he would, but it's fine. We'll just do peer to peer. Reworking? You mean restarting the entire networking code? Yeah, yeah, I do. Uh, is he awake right now? Yeah, he is. All right. I'm just gonna ping him. We'll see what he says. There might be a setting inside of my relay. Now that I'm thinking about my droplet, maybe it's only set to like two people or something on the Docker end. I wouldn't even know what the access commands for that freaking thing even are. Yeah, I sent a message in the server. Yeah, no, for sure. Part of me is wondering if it's not just more reasonable to just save myself all the hassle and just move over into peer to peer anyways. Because if I do mod support, we're gonna need I might have to move over to a Gecko anyways. Like I might have to do server hosting, which would suck. But peer to peer would be better otherwise. You know. I was hoping to just be able to use a relay and not have to rely on client to client, person to person. So what right now what we're doing is the information. Yeah. Are you wait? You're not using the internal peer to peer, right? You're using THNK peer to peer, or Think peer to peer Think. I don't see. That's the thing. I don't know if we do modding, then we probably need Gecko, unless they're just client mods. Like if they're server side mods, we would need because it's a multiplayer game. You would need to have Gecko servers, but then only although the server isn't accessible to everything, it would only be available. Uh, or are they called Gecko or what? What's the other THNK server extension? This is the peer to peer one. Where's the it's that's the UDP. Well, yeah, Gecko is just the infrastructure for creating your own server. So if you wanted it to be like Minecraft, where you could create your own server and launch that, even if it's self-hosted, that would need to be a Gecko server. But if you wanted to run peer to peer, where you connect directly uh, into somebody else's client, so you type in their IP address. Say you guys are going to play like, you do connect if you're hosting your Minecraft server on your own computer. You would be direct. People would be still connecting to you directly through peer to peer, and you'd have to give them your IP address. But peer to peer is the same thing, but the information isn't being passed to a server; it's being passed amongst. Well, it is being passed to the server, but it's also more synchronized directly, I guess, between the players. And then we can make a broker server to give them custom IDs, like it's saying here, and that would help with the whole uh, unique player ID generation, UUID out cases. Well, yeah, because if you're running like a client connector sniffer, an IP sniffer and someone joins your peer, as soon as they connect, it exposes. It doesn't matter what ID they have, it exposes their IP address because you're connecting to someone else's local computer through the network, right? That's what peer to peer is. You're directly connecting from one network to another, not through a server relay, not through anything with protection. And anytime you do that, you expose your connectors to somebody else, which maybe at the beginning might not be an issue, but I know that the guy who makes Stranded on a moat or whatever the boat game nonsense is, uses Think Relay rooms, but that game's only co-op. So it says it's like Among Us, but so far I've only been able to get it to do co-op things, which is crazy because I would have thought that the multiplayer, the local adapter, basically, so far it seems like to be the exact same script, just one runs locally and the other one runs through the net. Uh, Good question. Why don't we find out? I have no idea. No idea. It would probably need to be run independently. This is like dedicated servers. Gecko is dedicated servers. Peer to peer is self-hosted servers, and then Relay Room is relay hosted servers. Relay authorized connections, rather. And this is true. So I mean, but if it is a game, if we don't have matchmaking, and this is a game about playing with your friends, then why wouldn't you share your IP address? Or you can use a masking thing. So I feel like I don't know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Great. Right, boys. Peer to peer it is. We're just fuck it. I'm done. I'm done with this. I'm done. We could have I So there's only one alternative, and so you're saying that there's only one for us to choose from. Excellent, 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 excellent. Yes, yes. Hey man, that's better than nothing. All right, I won't really complain. All right. Okay. Don't copy this. It's like version 1. I don't trust it. Uh, do the actual. Go to the stinking wiki page, not the wiki page. The this one. Yeah. 10 months ago was the last time we updated it. Really? That's that's what peer to peer is, bud. Technically, technically speaking. Yeah, me too. I'm gonna cry tears of sadness, but it's what I'm gonna do. I spent 10 hours working on this yesterday, and it got me nowhere. Got me nowhere. That's true. Yeah. Uh, Wait, where do you see that at? Mine says it was, right? The last one I have is March 18th. Then no, I'm not running. Why is he not updating his GitHub? What? Then I'm using crusty AF software, bro. I don't understand. When he ever does this, right? Shouldn't it update the other system? That's what I'm confused about. So, what is the appropriate way to download these things? I'm so confused. That means that our relay is also using the first edition as well. That's probably why it runs like complete ass. If this is the Yeah, I went to the GitHub, but I don't see nothing. Or like I went to the GitHub follow and I could see all these comments, but I don't actually see that being pushed to the actual master. It says that it is. Think, right? Unless this guy wants me to compile my own shit. But I'm in the master. Well, I can compile it myself, and maybe that's what I need to do. But I would have thought that, he would. I'm waiting for potatoes input here. Am I misunderstanding something? Do I actually need to build this script? Because I would have thought that, his download links would have been accurate. All of them are version 1, so I don't know. Okay, look. When we go here, right? So this is alpha 4, right? This is not what we want. which is the main like up. Sorry, up what? I'm not very familiar with. Right here. Yeah, I did. But this says that the last commit date was 10 months ago. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, they are. I see that he's updating it in the GitHub, but I don't see the commitment changes here to the big branch, which is weird. Yeah, okay. Thanks. Yeah, if I find out, guys, that we're out of date by 10 months and that's why my relay isn't working, I'm gonna slam my face into the actual floor. But all I want in the end is to have multiplayer. Is that so friggin' hard? Okay. What's up, Blue Knight? I saw you. Just a lot less singing. Yeah, it comes and goes. It goes in waves. Dude, I'm so tired. What happens when you don't go with peer to peer? Dude, I'm out of options. Do you have a newer, up to date version than this? Because if you do, just like slip it under my doorstep. Slide in my DMs, bro. Deposit it right there. You're not wrong. This is true. Riley, I know! I know, Riley! Riley, I know. The first one, but this is just the base. This is the core. We're talking about the extension. This part. uh, uh, yeah, so after looking at the multiplayer template, it looks like the version's the same. Yeah, the version's the same. So I don't know. I'm just not. Yeah, we're that's fine. We're just gonna run with the peer to peer. That's what it seems like. The only one that we have available to us right here in the master branch 10 months ago, which is the same version 1.0.0, which is the same one that's also in your server template. But yeah, without compiling my own JSON from the actual master build at the very front page, I don't see any way to get the newest up-to-date version of the extension. Because this was 10 months ago, and I see that he updated that 2 days ago. Ugh. I don't know. Because I see that literally like last week the docs were updated, and that's in the master branch, but not, of course, in the. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just gonna roll with what we got. It doesn't really matter where I loaded it from, but I organized it just so that I could keep track of it. Might as well use it in the place I organized it. Don't say those words to me. Is it really? I'm sitting here stressing out the changes I have to make, and then the reality is. Oh, okay. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Uh, I should, just in case, update my THNK version. No, I just installed this yesterday. No, we're good. We're good. All right. So into the game events, we're going to change currently running on the server. Oh, goodness. Uh, Honestly, I'm about to just purge and start over. Just so that it's organized and I am not stressed about it. All right. Oh, and what I mean by that is I'm just gonna hide those, and we're we're gonna create a new event. We're gonna call it client. We're gonna leave the relay the way it is. Uh, and we're gonna do another one for server. So on client, Interesting. So the core is the same, but the only real difference is actually when we join a room. Wait, that's what you just said, isn't it? Yeah. Wait a minute. And then server uh currently running on the server. Uh what I want to do is go to my menu and then click when they click on join, we need to change the start how we start and connect to a scene. So host now. Uh it's not wasted. That's peer to peer. That's the Think multiplayer template by Vegetato, if that's who you're talking about. That's a solid template if you want to learn how to do brokering between yeah, no, that's definitely worth it. I have that. It's definitely worth it if you want to learn this sort of stuff. We're just changing the direction that we're doing it. We're going to start the game scene, and then when we click join, we're going to connect to a remote scene. Then we need to get the players. We'll have to add some more stuff to the join sequences so that we can get a peer-to-peer ID and then share it. Right? Yeah. But we'll work on that in the menu in a minute. Let's get back to the beginning of our script, right? So just like before, because everything is basically the same. So what I can do is copy our camera management and our debugger events because there's no reason to redo these, right? We're just going to cut them out and put them back into here. And for the player, other than defining who the player is, that's all we're really doing right there. So in the server code, we need to go about when we connect when we connect a client, right? So when the client connects, so on a client connect, uh, which is the just a regular event. I was trying to figure out what the heck. So when the core client, or sorry, server on client connect, we need to create a system to create our not only just create our players, but also uh, create them, but also we need to assign some sort of ID to make this work appropriately. Uh, I believe so. We're going to use the logic that we were talking about before with this is my old script uh, with Reborn about so when a client is connected, this is a one-time thing. We're going to create Um, uh, you have to use the peer-to-peer tools. So we're gonna have to use the framework helps you remote to a scene and start a scene, but then you have to use the peer-to-peer tools for everything else. Where? Uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I get what you're saying. I'm sorry, I'm looking at something else. So right now I'm looking through the example template. Uh, brokerage server, okay. I'm not entirely sure myself. Kind of confused. I think I'm missing. Give me a moment here. I think something has happened to my script in my other program here. Remove from the list. List. I gotta go to my downloads real quick. I'm gonna check out this multiplayer relay again, moving it to our desktop, replace everything. Too old for this. So at the beginning of the scene in the main menu, you have to connect to the broker server. We can make our own broker server to make it faster later on, but for now we can use the default one. So at the beginning of the scene, we have to start a connect to the broker. And that's why we can't control the ID. Is because when we connect to the default gdevelop broker server, uh, then we get assigned our ID. I'm very sure. Or it's just randomly generated. Because we can do the scene ID input dot text value, and that's if we create a. Oh, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, enter the host ID input, Control F, ID input. Let's go find all the places where it's referenced. Hmm, that didn't work at all the way I thought it would. For some reason, I can't open my main menu. I can't preview this game. Oh, there it goes. So this is so you set your username, right? When you go to host game, 2 players, you get this. And I'm curious how they do that. So that was in lobby when we create uh there it is. Found it. Found it. No, because I have a server now. Okay, got it. So in the menu at the beginning of the scene, we also need to as we're like booting up, uh we need to connect to the default broker. So at the beginning of the scene, peer to peer, connect to the default broker server. Allows to exchange messages and leaves synchronized game state. kind of misleading, but we want to connect to the default broker server. And then when we host, we effectively make two texts, and one of them is the ID input, and this is text. And then the other one is say host ID maybe. Uh, let's see here. So the way we have the menu right now, this is a button, and this would then initialize something. But when we press it, we need to ask for a ID input. So inside of our main menu actually is where we're going to do this. So we're going to add a new, we're going to add an input here. The input for the ID needs to actually only, I was trying to add it to my game scene event, but it needs to be in the main event in here. So when the game button is pressed, create a new input called, oops, that's not what I wanted at all. My brain was on autopilot. We need an input, and this one's going to be ID input server enter host ID. So this is an input box, which you might not be able to see much of because it's way down there. We're going to bring it up to the title layer, put it on, I don't know, somewhere up here. Where are you at? ID input. I need to edit this. No, don't disable the fill color. Why are you not huge? There we go. I want that font as well. The border should be black. The fill color should be white. What's this? Why you do this? Oh. I don't know. Did nothing? Did I even need anything there? The thing I'm concerned about is why. Dude, why? What's up with this thing? I can't grab it. Okay, I can, but it's not showing me. Huh? What is this? What is this about? Why is that not like white and big? Oh, it is. It's just not showing up. That's good. That's great. I love how huge that thing is. What? Is something locked? Can I not? I don't. What's happening? Why is everything else? Oh, I think my engine's bugged. Is it me? Am I crazy? Are you guys crazy? What happened? My grid's not even showing up. What? Not that. Hmm. I do not know what happened. When in doubt, relaunch, relaunch, relaunch. What? Who said I wanted to open that? Get out of my face. Okay. We got it back. It's good. We got it. Thanks, guys. All right. Let's do this. So now we can shrink this down to 48. Awesome. The host ID. And we're going to want to create that after we click the button. Or for now, we could move it somewhere else while we work on the... I mean, we can get the UI figured out another time. I'm not really super stressed about it. I just want to make sure I can get this part functioning. I don't even know. We're going to move it over there. I don't know where to put it. So we're just going to quit messing with it. All right. So now we have the host ID, right, that we would need to enter. And so if we click the join game, we need to, when we click join, we need to connect. Let me launch another gdevelop. I have another task open that I need to open. Yo, my beard is so scratchy right now, though. Interesting. I haven't encountered that yet. Okay. Uh, when we press the join key, we want this to equal the ID input. I guess this is an on clicked button, so I don't think that we need to do, we don't need no Boolean checks or anything. This just is the way it is, right? But when we host the game, we need to get our host ID. So I think that when we get into the game, if you're client number one, you're going to see a join code that you can hide or, you know, like when you just launch a game normally, and if you want people to join, you just turn it on. And then when you do that, you get the join code. So to do that, um, this is gonna bug me. It doesn't. The UI doesn't make sense. It hurts my head. But if I just gotta leave it. Leave it, Alex. Don't touch it. Um, and then the host, on the other hand, uh, guys, my head is throbbing from all of this starting, restarting, figuring it out, not figuring it out. Makes me want to cry tears of sadness. Uh, so once we start hosting, we should be getting uh yeah, okay. So when we move over into our game, if you're player 1, so uh in this case we're going to do it for the host only, and to do that we have to check the client to see if it is running the server client. So we're going to say if the client somewhere in here, and we could say host only, so event group when the host is running the server, we're going to trigger this once. I don't know if this is going to like keep firing if we don't do that. We're going to create a ID, host ID. So then we're going to go into our game scene. We're going to change input ID to host ID. And then we are going to, in the game scene, when we run this code, create this let's see. I don't know. Where do we want to put it? We'll put it somewhere arbitrary for now. Let's say 10 down and 10 over. I don't think it really matters at the moment. So we're gonna create it, and then we're gonna change the text to peer to peer get ID. And then when the that's only if we start a think server, I think. What's the difference between a client adapter in use and running the server code? Because if we get the peer-to-peer server ID, we're not connecting to a server. We're getting a player ID. Because that's how you connect from peer-to-peer, right? Otherwise, we don't have a broker server to get our IDs from. I think we'd have to create a broker server to then use the other calls. Because the only option I have here is the one. Maybe. Let's just check it out. Let's check it out. Why not? And then if it's clicked, I think I have to add that function to the input. If the input behavior click, what was it? I was using it earlier. Oh, dude, so my brain. For the GUI. What? Host. What is this button? What's the button thing? Oh, it's button finite state machine. Fine. 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 Button finite state machine. Button finite state machine. When it's clicked, even though it's not technically a button, we're going to copy that text into a temporary location, like into your clipboard, right? Something like that. So we're going to, when clicked, copy. So write, I believe is what it is. Write, save. What's the... You're right. You're right. You're right. It is an extension. I'm sitting here thinking in my head, I'm like, where is that? Clipboard. Same guy made it. Okay. Handy. Uh, do I have to add it? Oh my god. I don't think so. Why would I have to do that? It would make sense. It should just work. Why isn't it working? Did I add it? Did I forget to add it? Clipboard. You right here. Uh-huh. Events. If it's clicked, it should be right here. Right? There it is. Uh, nah, because we're clicking this. Just in case we can like randomize it or something later. Because if we change our room code, say we have undesirables trying to like get into us, we can maybe cycle it. That was my thought. Okay, so now we have a join and a some base code. So now when a client's connected, we need to create the player. Uh, well, it helps if I launch from the right place. So if I host a game, I have nothing to base that on. First of all, I need to add this to the HUD layer and then launch the main event. Okay, there's our code. So then all I should need to do is copy that and join. Well, 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 well. Let's take a look here. Okay, but what if it's this is the problem? What if it's just what if it's this? Oh, okay. You positive? I didn't know if you checked it or not. Jeez Louise. Thank you. That is incorrect. Because one of them is a broker ID. The other one isn't. So then for each player created, we can go back up here and just steal our script so we don't have to rewrite it all over again, right? Just copy this guy out for each player created. This is what we want to do. Let's test that to be true. I'm really getting tired of that not being set. Okay, preview, preview, host the game, copy this. Can't move yet, that's fine. Join the game. Boom. They're just on top of each other. Or actually, they're not being drawn on each other's screen yet. So we've got the connection done. But now This is where I want to try to do some slick shit. That's weird. Why would that work and then the other one not, Reborn? Well, no, it does, no, it does make sense. No, it does make sense because the if we don't have our own custom broker server and the host isn't connecting to that, so I think if we go into our extension on the peer to peer and then look at it, it's looking for a peer ID, which is the same thing, but I'm wondering if there's a connection, a handshake between the peer ID and um the broker server. Because if you don't get authentication through the broker server, nothing should happen. So I'm not sure exactly how that extension works. Yeah, no, you're right. I don't why let's change it again. Let's validate my claim to that not working. If it's the same, it should be the same. No, yeah, okay. You know, it's the word. I don't know why it didn't work before, but it's my bad. I have no idea. Either way, it's the same call, so I guess it really doesn't matter, right? If it is the same call, why even use the server ID? Correct. Oh, you're right. Of course. Of course. Because normally that's what you do in like a lobby format. Didn't even think about that. Uh, uh, that'd be in the main menu though, right? So effectively, we could just put everything behind a if the peer to peer is ready statement. Because we're already connecting to the broker, right? Uh, So that's fine. What we can do is just hide them all for now. And then when the broker is connected, display all the buttons, display everything. Or hide the host and join button until. So at the start of the scene, right, we could just like hide, let's say we hide host for now. And then we say that when the peer-to-peer connection is ready, then show do this once. So one time, once that is happens, do this once, and then show host. There we go. Boom. Look at that. That's how easy that was. So then we can replace it with like, offline play, single player. There's a lot of options we could do now with because we have to check the variables. Good to go. It's very simple. You can't click on it unless it's there, right? So no point in like I don't oh I can. Okay, well right. In the user right now, okay. We would want to do with what Potato said. We would want to draw these items and we want to set them on the inventory layer and everything once that goes into effect. Because right now we are just hiding them, which means that they could still be clicked. We could check to see if they can be clickable or not. Oh no, Riley, that's yeah. Those are like the I can show you that stuff another time. I do a lot of grass work. There's a technique to it that makes it so much easier. So normally here we could check like, do we have a username? No. If so, go select a username. That's kind of what's set up here in the example. And the reason why we create it is so that we don't have this thing where we can click it when it's hidden. But create a player. So every time we create a player, I also want to set their player ID. So we would need to increase the player count by 1 when somebody connects. And then we would set their ID to their the number, right? So like if we went variable number player count, every time a player connects, scene variable. Dang it. Scene number variable. Player number. Add 1. And then set the this is where player state confuses me. Uh, Potato, if you're still here, if I wanted to assign an ID to this, do I need to set it as player.id set to another state amount, or because what I want ID to be needs to be passed through this, right? So this could technically be a variable, like variable player number. Well, no. And it's because also I'm trying to do a Boolean value, not a text or a number variable. But that would be the same thing as saying player.id is equal to this, right? I don't see any difference between that and this. Create the player, link the player, set the ID, and then set the my player to true. So then in our client, we can create because we're going to iterate through all of our player IDs. I might assign the player because I want to assign the player ID to a array. And that or a structure, so that way I can store player variables in that structure. So the server host can save who's joined and who's left the game previously, right? So don't we need to identify the player to some degree? So I'm just right now, I'm just as they're being created, I'm giving them a variable ID. And then instead of having to be like, well, if the player one is created at these positions like you did it in your thing, we want to create it per ID that's added to this list whenever that happens. I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to do that, because now what we need to do is get that client script in where we identify each player. Well, it's not just disconnected, because when they just get, this is a game that has inventory. This is a game that has storage and crafting. And so I need to store player variables in the server. So that way when a player rejoins, they have all their stuff. That can't be controlled by the client, because if that happens, then they can hack their equipment. So obviously, yeah, yes. So now what I want to do is, now that we have a player created, every time a player is created, so for each instance of player, I'm trying, this is the part where I want to give control. So in my player's finite state machine, right, we have the if player number one do movement, but I don't want that at all. What I want to do here instead is, if basically what I want to do is test to see if I'm in control of the player, but then this would prevent me from seeing other players move on the screen, right? Because this would be only for the host or whoever's in control. If I tell it to like this, basically, right? Because, oops. So right now, I'm not in control, or there's no identifier to tell me who's in control. Because we haven't established. We've established, yes, that I've been assigned the player, right? Through right here, for at least the first person. But then we would need to check for their player ID rather than, but I want to check for every player that has a player ID, you know? The game can have as many people to connect as you want them to as the server host. So I'm trying to think of, obviously we'd have to do an input field, like when you're starting a server, how many players. But that's, before I start saving all that stuff, I want to be able to make sure that if the player presses a button, the player moves. And because things are configured, well, obviously we didn't do any of these signals, right? So we may actually be sending those signals, but well, okay. Let's go back and copy another bit of our server script from our previous thing, and let's copy the movement mechanics out of player mechanics. We're just going to put that back in our server real quick. And this just controls that input output coming in and out, right? And so then if we run this, we then potentially should be able to move our character, and our character's moving. We can see that. There's no animation yet or anything like that, which is fine. But then if we launch another preview and get our host's ID, that's interesting. So if we host, I copy this, and then I paste it and join, there we go. That player's not in control. Oh, yeah, I am. I don't know why that happens sometimes. You have to click. Whoa, where you going, bud? Okay. Huh. Weird. Okay, well, that's easy. You're only in control of the players that you move. And it represents on both clients. I didn't expect that to work like that because the relay doesn't work like that. How many of these can I launch? Let's find out. Okay, so we have one. There we go. Same issue as before. What is that about? Why can I only ever have two people connected? It does. I feel like I have like outdated code or something. I don't understand. Why would I need to, like, if the first instance is creating, Okay, but it's not working. So under the current code, you start a game server and you get the ID, and then you can connect to that server. We have that. So here's our first character. We're going to host that game. We're going to copy the script. We're going to open another one. We're going to wait for it to say join or host, just so we know that we are connected. And this one won't let me connect. Why is that? I don't know. I waited. So, okay. Host game. Copy the ID. Host another one. Join the ID. Can't join it now. I don't know why. Seems like it's random. We just went from working to not working. I don't think I changed anything. Right? Other than player movement, which we just had added. I hadn't changed anything. So going back to our main menu, preview launch, launch another one, launch another one. Go to the first client, host, copy. Let's make sure we copy all of it. Yep. Paste it, join. Nothing. Yeah. Give me a second, I'll do that. I just don't understand how we would have different. Your template's up to date, right? Yes and no. This is 40 days out of date, bud. It's not 10 days, it's 40 days. I'm so confused. That's fine. Where is it in the assets? Or do I have to boot it up, extract it, or some nonsense? Okay, so we just launch another thing of, yeah, it's fine. We shall do that. Yep. Thank you. All right, build. Open the project. My computer. That's the other export. That might be an older one, so I don't want to do that. We're gonna take the downloads. This one. This one. Oops. Where did you say that is again? Project manager. Think. How do you do this? Someone explain. Wait, I can like copy it from there? What do you mean copy paste it? Really? I can just copy that and move it into mine? Oh, yeah. Interesting. But then I have to but the problem is then I have to redo everything. Right? Because I'm gonna have to delete all of the think core. No? What do you mean no? Okay. Huh. All right. I believe you. I believe you. And then you're saying copy your peer to peer as well? No, just that one. Okay. All right. We stop at 2. Not sure why. Oh, no. I pasted it wrong. That's my bad. I was wrong. I think that one just tried to connect. I don't see. That's what I don't understand. Sometimes when I paste it, I don't. That seems to be it. I don't seem to be able to get more than 3 people. I was I was tinkering with it a minute ago, but we might. Did we change something? I don't remember. Let's go back into our game scene. Server ID. Oh yeah, that's true. That is also true. I forgot about that. I only need to click it once. So watch. So we'll go host game. We'll click it. That should have worked. No idea. We'll go to launch new window, paste it, join game. I don't know. I feel like it's not copying. Oops. We don't want to move anything around. We just want to use it as is. So it's like that copy function is definitely not working. It feels really inconsistent. Like the broker server, there's an issue with the broker server or something. So TerraFarmers host. Let's launch a new one. Host the game. We're just gonna copy it just because I'm paranoid, right? Copy the whole thing. Paste it in here. Nothing. Yeah, I don't understand why sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. It seems like the server ID. Oops. Ugh. Wrong button. Nothing. Uh, at the moment, I suppose not. It's not private, no. Not this stuff. My other stuff, definitely a little bit more, but I don't mind. There's some stuff that I haven't, but yeah. Yeah, sure. Should be able to just zip that up. Little zippy whippy. Yeah, I got you. I got you. I got you. I know. You said it like 3 times. I got you. I got you. Okay, I'll do it now so you don't shiv me in my sleep. Okay. So, oh, it's over here. So it's already over here. So I'll start. Well, yeah, but the way so he has like an ID, right? So I okay. By the way, for the love of God, can you please add a minimize or a uh hold on, I just gotta change the code. It's gonna drive me bananas. Well, I thought I just pressed that. It didn't work. I even tried Alt Enter. It seems like it was like forced into full screen. But you didn't want to come out of it. Whatever. All right, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I guess I just fat fingered and pressed the wrong key. That's not what I wanted. All right. 4 peeps. Test. Test 1. Test 2. Test 3. Copy the code. Paste the code. Join. Paste the code. Join. Paste the code. Why did he join and why did this guy not join? Okay. Hiya! Get wrecked, nerd. Alright, I can't listen to that. It's so loud. Does that need to be a trigger once scenario? Is it like trying too hard to connect to the server? I don't know. I'm just guessing. Doesn't seem to be working at all, motherfuckers. I'm wondering if it has to do that relay is still. Hold on, we're gonna get rid of relay. Maybe the relay script being in the back end, it was causing some issue. Let me try this first. Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing. All right. Yeah, let me just bundle this up then. Because I don't know what else to do at this point. I'm out of ideas. Why is my... Where the hell is my... Oh, there it is. We're good. All right. Zip. Create the zip folder. Compress into a zippy. Zippy, zippy, zip, 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 zip. All right. I'm sending it to you directly, my guy. Have yourself ye old gander, if you don't mind, good sir. And let us know about how your adventure be coming together. No, I'm just kidding. I don't have any idea what I'm talking about. I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I need to stretch because if I don't, I'm gonna slam my face in the freaking ground. So, yeah, I'll just be right back. I'm just gonna. What are we gonna do? Here, I'll put something amusing on. Ready? There you go. There you go. He's walking. Look at him dance. He's dancing. He's dancing. The death dance. There you go. I'll be right back. What? Don't tell me that shit. He nonchalantly is like, "No, dude, I launched it. It works fine." Don't tell me that. Okay. Okay. That's it. But now I can't get any more. Why does that keep happening? The player server ID doesn't change, right? Like, there would be no reason for it to. Also, I can't control the client until after I move the other guy. Like, this guy doesn't move. Oh. So this guy's not even connected. He doesn't know what's going on, even though he's moving here. And then this guy. Whoa! Where? There's 4 of us! But some of us aren't connected. What? What is happening? Host game. Control A, Control C, right? Minimize. Launch another preview. Wait for the host. He's connected. Join. Join. No. And now it's broken again. I mean, we can keep hosting servers, but that doesn't do us any good. What do you mean check the... Okay, I'll start all over. Say what? So you're saying launch, host. Now what about my host? Okay, well that... Leave that the same, right? Don't want to change that. Wait a minute. Did my broker ID change? Okay, so this guy can't move him. This guy moves. This guy moves. Now this guy moves. Go back to our main scene. Copy this again. I don't know why it might... What? Yo. Every time I copy this... I'm just going to wait. I clicked it once. Let's wait. Let's see if it actually connects. Maybe there's just... Maybe with how many connections I have locally, it's starting to, like, freak out the broker server. Oh, you're right. You are correct. Why is that? Any idea? So that's what it is. So I have to Now, that won't work until I move my player and then click join. So it wouldn't matter as long as the player was actively moving and as long as their game was like, what, maximized? I don't. People wouldn't be able to join if. But the linking is good. I'll take that. But then does that mean that the relay would work, Riley? Or not Riley, Reborn, if we went backwards? Because we wouldn't have to change anything. We could test that right now, right? All I'd have to do is go back to uh, the scripts here, import an extension, the oh, I did say Riley on accident when I was trying to say Reborn. So you did hear your name. You are correct. You're not crazy. It's not a fever dream. I just gotta change something real quick. Uh, yeah, look at all my stuff. Here you go. I just gotta go to the droplet. Oh, actually, no, I don't. I can do it here. Uh, so now that's all we really need to do, isn't it? Oh, you're right. Well, is it though? Do we know that for sure? Do we know that for sure? Because I don't know that for sure. So let's say here we have the player, right? Join the game. He's in. Now I can control. Oh, the lag is so bad. All right. I completely changed my mind. Get out of here. You're trash. Everything about you is trash. We're we're not doing it that way, boys. I'm done with that so fast, it's not even funny. No, all right, peer to peer it is. Woo! We figured it out. We're going peer to peer. All right, game clients connected. This thing broken. I hate this. Yeah, I could do that. I can do that. It's gonna use up one of my daily exports. Ah! That's fine. uh, How do I compile? Isn't there like a thing for this? Eh? The share button? Share button where? The big purple button. What big purple button? Oh. Oh yeah. There is a big purple button. Right there. You saying a browser one or a GD export? I want to make sure I export this correctly. So just an external export, right? Oh, okay. Hmm. Wouldn't it make sense if I hosted it? But yeah, that's fine. Oh, that's for itch? This is HD. It says HDMI 5 right there. It's like to GD or through the fucking one click export. That's a build. I did click the big purple button. That's what happens when I click the big purple button. What other big purple button? That's the only big one I see. There's another one inside of it? This one. Oh, I see. Well, that's what I was asking you, but I thought that goes to GD Games. I thought it would be like uploaded. Dude, I'm scared. I don't want people accessing my game right now. It's not ready. I see. Oh, I can do it like that? That's nuts. That's a lot of nuts. All right, here you go. I do need to pay for. I am gonna end up paying for G Develop, support them and stuff. They're pretty awesome. I've used a lot of. I guess it doesn't really matter. But all right, give me your host ID when you're ready. I kind of want to follow it and see where it goes. I've never like opened a link this way for G Develop. Uh, sure, Riley. The more the merrier. See if we can break it. It doesn't have mobile support yet, so I don't. I mean, good luck. Mm, are you inside your game, Reborn? Because I cannot join you. All right. All right. Fair enough. Um. All right. Yeah. Thanks. Uh. Tato. I appreciate it. Still nothing. Oh no. There it goes. I can't control anything yet. But you need to go back into your game then for me to be able to control it. Maybe I should host it. I mean, obviously I connected to you. I just can't do anything. I connected, but I can't move. Here, let me. No, okay, that's fine. Well, I think you have to move your character for it to initialize, and if you can't move it on the phone, your character won't be counted as being interacting with. Connected to your phone? Qua? All right, whatever, man. Yeah, Riley, don't do that. Relaunch the thing. We're waiting for um Reborn. I guess technically any of us could host it. It doesn't really matter. I just need someone's code. Someone give me their damn invite code. What? Right, Reborn. What's going on, dude? Everybody else can hear me, right? Oh, okay. Send me the link. Oh no, it blocked it. I think you're not gonna be able to do that on YouTube chat. It looks sketchy. I don't see it. Yeah, well, no, here, guys. I'm just let me host. I'm gonna post it in Discord. That's fine. I'll just let me host. I'll post it in Discord. Or Reborn has his. Never mind. Reborn sent me theirs. Nothing. Oh, edited. I seen that. Nothing. Let me start again. I don't know if it's the relay server. Oh, there it goes. Can you move around? Let me know if you're moving. 'Cause I cannot move. All right, we're gonna try this a different way. Let me host. I'll have you guys join and use your different input techniques to see if you can move because it might be very specific for some reason. Yeah, yeah, it's WSD on Discord. I'm just gonna post it to the community chat. Um, in general, you guys go. Fine. There's one. Oh, you're moving. Who is that? Is that you, Riley? Woo! I want to play, boys. We got the. You can't see you move. What do you mean? Oh, do you see? Do you see my player moving around you? So, so we're just sitting still on your screen. Because when you do input, you move. Press your keys. So yeah, on mine you just moved up. There you just moved over. Okay, so it's not updating your position. That doesn't make sense. Bo, I'll send you the link if you're at your PC, and then I'll give you the join code, and then we can see if you can see. If you can't see, then I'll pause. We'll do another upload. I'll just post it there. It's in Discord in general, and then above it is the join code. Yeah, Riley, you're probably right. There probably is. It's very. I mean, I don't even know if it's even set to technically synchronize anything more than it already is. I have to check my code, but I saw you moving, which is good. I mean, so at least on the host, your input is being sent to me. However, you're not getting the update for you. Whoa. Okay, there's Bo. All right, I can see you guys moving. Is it doing the same thing to you, Bo? I don't even know where Riley went. He disappeared. Wait, so you can see your character and everything? What? Riley, rejoin. I have a feeling that you weren't. Wait until your host button appears on the game. Bo, the other thing that should be happening to you though is that your screen is following you, correct? There's Riley. Okay. Oh, there's Riley's other body. Yeah, all right. Let me. Okay, I'm gonna shut down the server. Nothing's gonna happen to you guys. It's just gonna. It might error out actually. I'm gonna try to join. You might be. There's no like movement, but there's no like animation for you to be moving. Um, Reborn, I connected to you. All right, copy that. But there's no player. I'm not sure why that happened. There we go. No, no, no. Don't refresh. Don't refresh. Don't refresh. Don't refresh. All right. Why don't you just try to join mine? Let me host so that you can move around at least, right? If you have a keyboard, then it should work. All right. Well, you're hosting. There it goes. Okay, I'm connected to you. I just can't move yet. Which tells me that your instance isn't being considered running on mobile. One second, Riley, and I'll check yours. Yeah, so I can't move on this one. There's no reference to me moving. I should feel the camera lerping, but the camera isn't lerping left or right. Yeah, the camera lerps when you're moving. So I'll join Riley's real quick. So I just saw Riley down here. Riley, come back. He was down from me, I think, but now I can't move. There should be... Okay, that's weird, right? These players are in the same server, but Bo can connect to me just fine. This could be a latency issue. Riley, do you see my characters moving on your screen? I am in Riley's right now. Okay, we got 3 dudes, but none of us can move. Oh, wait, who's moving? Who just moved? Who's that? Yeah, who's moving? Who's that? Oh, now I can move. Now I can move. Riley, you must... You had to click inside of your game, Riley, when you start the game. I forgot to say that to you guys. You have to click on the inside of your game. Yeah, because I can see... Bo, I can see you moving. So you got to click inside the browser, and then you should be able to use WASD. Oh, there's somebody else moving. Is that you, Riley? Okay. Can you see yourself moving and the other people moving on the screen? Because you should be able to. The rest of us can. Okay. Good. We have connection. Riley, try to chase me real quick. I want to see what your response time is to following my sprite around. Somebody try to chase me. Oh god. Oh, you're quick. Okay, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. For you guys being in the UK? Dang, Reboard, do you program on a toaster? Like what? Yeah, some jittering happening happens to me too. And that part of that has to do with the camera lerping, I think. Bo, was your connection to me better? Do you know? Let's yeah, that's Reborn. Reborn can't move because of they don't have they have a Wi-Fi keyboard or USB keyboard, but it doesn't work because the Wi-Fi is too strong. Oh, I see. Well, I guess I better add mobile control so you can play with your fingers, huh? But that's why a relay is easier because then it's not so ping dependent. But let me host again, guys. I'm gonna send you the invite code, and then let's see people's connections. It's all dependent on who's hosting and who's connecting. Riley, you haven't connected to me yet. Once you connect to me, then that should change once you start moving around. I don't know who that is, but I think that's Bo. Bo, was that you? You suddenly just started moving really quickly. Yeah, I can do that. Reborn. Cool. How's the movement? Better, jittery, not jittery? That makes sense. There's only so much that we can do, guys, but I'm looking forward to it. We're gonna get this done because, yeah. Even if I have to run the client in another browser in another country so that we can all connect to each other, and this one guy's AFK the whole time, I don't care. We'll figure it out. We're gonna be able to play together on stream and work on progress. So this is a huge first step, right? We actually have connection. So we need to get player names into the game. We need to get uh obviously the animations turned back in. So I'm going to turn off the server. Thanks guys for testing that out for me. And I need to figure out how to turn off that build. So how do we do that? Is that in my game manage section? I don't even know. Yeah, I closed the. What you won't be able to move if I close the browser. If the host leaves, everybody crashes. Thank you guys for your help. I really appreciate the trial and error. No, no, that's what I'm gonna do right now. So I'm gonna close the dashboard, right? How do we what is all this? What is all of this? Whoa! How many projects do I have? What in the hell? I gotta find the right one. Spry Jeans is the old build. That's the thing. That's what I don't. That's what. Because Spry Jeans was the old build. Now it should just be TerraFarmers, but I don't see TerraFarmers in the build list. And also, for the love of God, do I just unregister these? How do I get rid of them? Like, I don't know what this is. Don't need this. Oh, I have to register it because it's not registered. There we go. Now we manage it. Builds. There are no builds. Web builds? Was that really just a one-time build? Like, how do I... It says I don't have any builds for this game. Close the build that I shared to you guys, the link. I just told you. Remove the link, the shared link. How do I remove this? It says that I don't have any builds, but it's bullshit. I see. All right. Well, let's add some player controls real quick, yeah? So we need to add in our extension, we need to add virtual, right? I see. So when we're in the game scene, I just add a joystick button, right? Sure, add a joystick. Should probably do it black, or not black, but white. We're gonna put this on the UI layer. It's a thumbstick. It does thumbstick things. That's all I need to do, right? I don't think. And then I just gotta say if it's pushed in a certain direction, do certain things. So going back to our player finite state machine, uh, if the game key, so in this case, if the multi-touch that easy. There we go. What? Primary butthole? What? We need to add the or statement, which is fine. Let me just do that real quick. Looks like we're adding in mobile controls today, boys. Just so our community can play and hang out together. Because I like you guys. You're alright. Don't give me that lip. There we go. I have no idea if that's gonna work. So we're gonna have to do a build and send it over to our mobile guy. So here we go. Here we go again. Let's generate this fat-free link. Let's go. Oops, I forgot to put down. You're just gonna endlessly move. My bad. Oh well. Oh hey, look! Now I got this fancy little. Look at that! Look at that! Look at that fancy little link. Look at that. Look at that link. That's nice. That's a nice link. There you go. And I'll launch a preview. Let me launch it so that way we can at least test to see whether or not you can even join. I'm gonna get rid of these old IPs, like, or the old link keys. Oh yeah, I can just move like this. What am I talking about? I'm indefinitely moving. Woo! I don't know where you are because I forgot to release the. I have no idea where anybody's gonna spawn. So I'm stretching my game screen really wide across my two monitors so I could see if any of you are within my line of sight. Hello? Alright, go ahead. I'm gonna stop moving. It's dark and cold out there. But yeah, when there's no release button for the controller, which I need to fix like right now. But while you guys are doing that, I'm going to fix this. Oh, super easy. Wow. Okay. So we're just gonna swap that and just keep doing that. Did I leave? No, I didn't leave. I'm here. I just wasn't in the game, so I don't know if you could spawn in yet. I just don't know where you're at because I accidentally moved around. So keep your client open. Keep your client open. Yeah. Give me a second. I'm gonna fix the. I'm gonna launch this again. Your shit's gonna be all messed up, but it's all right. My bad. It's here you go. There's the new code. I won't move. That way we can actually tell whether or not you're moving around. I'll move a little bit there. That way we can see you spawn. Okay. Yeah, I can. Does the who joined me? Who is this? Riley? Move your character, Riley. Let me go to the debugger. Let me refresh. There's 2 players. I don't know who this is. I moved you 10 pixels. Double click in your browser. Like double click, Riley, in the screen, and then use WASD to move. Stop. Stop. I'm traveling. There we go. All right, we'll wait for other people to see what's happening. It might be because of my joysticks weren't fully configured. All right, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Are you using the new link or the old link? You could not join? What is going on? All right, hold on. Server's going down. Let me inspect this. We're gonna see if we can fix this. So let's quickly go into our if statements. Oops. And replace up with down. So whenever the primary is released, release it. Whenever the primary is pushed in a direction, send that key combination. We're going to save this just to make sure that there's no issue there. We're going to go back to our links. We're going to generate a new link. All right, so for everything from the very beginning, I'm deleting everything out of the server on our Discord server. Here's the instant build link. And I'm going to paste that here. Whoa! There we go. So when I host, there I'm hosting now. I don't know if the arrow. Oh, the arrow keys seem to be working. At least. Whoa! 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 Someone took off. The arrow keys don't work very well. Like I have to. There's some bugs going on with the movement in the joystick, and I know why. But now I can't find any of you guys. Let me. My apologies. Before this is gonna irk some of you. Sorry. I'm gonna host the game, and then use the new link. I'm not gonna move, except for with my feet a little bit. There we go. Now I want to watch as you guys try to join. Okay, there's somebody. Somebody that I used to know. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't even think about that. You're probably sitting there typing it letter by letter, and then I just did you dirty. My bad. Can you move around, Riley? Click inside your game, Riley, and then use WASD to move. Or click on the Riley, when you're booting up the game, are you waiting for the word host to appear? Restart your game. There's somebody else just joined. Okay. Okay. That's interesting. Hmm. And you can't join at all? That's not good. Someone's moving. Who is that? Oh, someone was using the joystick. They're gone. I don't know who that was, but you're gone. Okay, yeah. So Riley, you can move. Sitting there lying to me. Reborn tried again. Why don't you run the server, Reborn? And then I'll try joining you to see if you can move. Maybe if you are the host, then virtual controller 1 will work for you. Because I might have to declare each controller by player ID. So because you're not the host and the joystick isn't assigned to you. Yeah, sometimes that happens, Riley, where you have to wait until I'm in the game and then you can click into it and move. It's weird. There's this. Oh, are you? Oh, wait, I see you, Bo. You're behind there. I see your head bouncing. Try clicking with your finger in the pad and then clicking on the movement thing. Okay, so we have an issue with mobile. It looks like. Not moving. Okay. Okay. Here. Yeah, yeah. Riley's like, oh, I'm gone. All right, I got another idea. Sorry about the. Thank you for loading in. We're gonna get rid of the joystick and add touch. Right. So in this particular case, we're just gonna do this again and say if you own the player and you touch uh wait a minute. Really? Is that actually a button? It's not acting like a button. Stick force. Damn, man. Like I don't know if your wireless keyboard is like counting as a controller or what. but we can say that if you own the player and I guess touch, right? We just want you to be able to move. I just want to see where touch is. Like, how do we, if mouse button is pressed or touched left, if multi button controller 1, I don't know how to identify the controller. All right, yeah, Bo, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's like 11:30 or so, 11:43 for you, isn't it? Oh yeah. Later, dude. That's not what we want. So that's platformer. Damn it. Got excited. This one, right? Top down multi touch controller mapper. Yeah. Not sure what's happening there. I gotta do this again. That's why. All right. I got you. There we go. Dude's on his own. Isn't there like a joystick behavior or something in here? Uh, in here? What about it? Don't we want? Yeah. I think it has to do with here. So if right is pressed, go right. If left is pressed, go left. So on and so forth. But then if I don't do anything else and just host the game, I should not be falling. Did I accidentally give my player like an extra condition for like platforming? I feel like I'm falling to my death. No, fine. I didn't do that. There we go. Now it works. Exactly as it should. So now let's try it out. Ugh. Reborn, I feel like we've learned a lot today, my guy. I appreciate you coming in here. I see you around in the chat and servers all the time, but I don't always get a chance to say something. All right, this is all about you, my guy. So let me host, or is it easy? Is it easier for you to host because of your internet situation? Okay, I'll send this to you directly. Probably be. I don't know if it's easier that way or what. Oh! Hold on. Oh, there we go. Dang it, my game freaked out. I don't know. I don't know where you are. But if you join and you can move, then we've succeeded. It's hard to tell if you have moved. I'm about to add some floor tiles just so we can see. It's in the Discord server. I'm so lost. I have no idea where anybody's gonna spawn. No, I didn't put it in there originally. Oh, yo, who is that? Is that you, Riley? Oh, is that you? Oh, you can. Where the hell are you? I don't see you anywhere. What? That doesn't make sense. Hold on. All right, we're gonna do this again. We're gonna launch it one more time. Make sure that your guys' game says host before you join. Just make sure that. Oh, my bad, dude. I'm just not gonna move very far. I'm just gonna move away from the spawn and just let you guys spawn in. I'll check the debugger. So the code in Discord right now is the. I deleted the old one. It's the correct one. Okay, there's one person. Let me move my character so you can move your character. All right, Riley, try to use the thumbstick in the bottom corner because your character was just moving. The joystick moves your camera. Oh, okay. Well, I guess reconnect and use the code, the join code. If the camera is moving right to the right, then you should be moving. That shows that the lerping is happening in the game. But if I can't see you move, that's weird. I feel like we're having these weird desync issues. Uh, okay, yeah. No, hold on, everybody. I gotta to do what Reborn said. I have to actually adjust the game settings. It doesn't already. It does. The width of the resolution. Yeah. Let's see what happens. Well, now it's gonna. Yeah, I'll have to do a new build code. I was just looking at it. I don't think that that's gonna work for you, but we can try. Here we go again. Another build code, boys. Let's go. Oh, someone moved. Who is that? Stop. Oh, I see. So Riley, you're able to move just fine this time. Okay. So that's good to know. But can we get Reborn to move? I see you joined. Let's see if you can move. You have to click back into your game and try to see if we can. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Was I moving? For some reason, I move two characters at once, but when I release the joystick, They go back to the original position? That's weird. I don't even have any logic that's doing that. You're not moving at all, no. I'm looking right at you, standing on your head. I feel like it's not properly. Really? Hmm. Why don't you try hosting? We can try it, right? I mean, because then if I can move on yours and you can see all that and I can see that movement, then the issue is somehow in the browser. I see. Yeah, Reborn. Let's get you to host and let's see what happens. What's up, Blue? Excellent. Okay, so I can't move yet, but once. Oh, there we go. Now I can move. Oh, I can only move with the joystick. WASD doesn't work for me. And you weren't anywhere to be found when I spawned. Did you accidentally touch the joystick at the beginning? I don't know. That's a good question. There you are. Oh, it's moving them at the same time is why. Okay. Oh, it's because the it's controlled by this. We're moving at the same time. All three of us are being controlled by that joystick. Someone else is moving us right now. I can feel you moving us. No, that actually that's important because we need to. That's easy. Okay, we can fix this. All right, check this out. We need to assign each player control over their own multiplayer support, their own controller. This can go on indefinitely. So we need to match their ID to the controller ID. And and that's pretty straightforward, right? Because we can go into our game scene manager, and when we create the player, we can change the player's we can change what's the joystick thing. You don't think so? All right, well we can try that first, man. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. So you're saying just pull these out. So if this is owned, we'll just do this again. We'll just we can leave the or statement, right? We doesn't matter. So we'll just paste this. Okay, but I'm in controller one, so I'm able to move, right? So the only way for us to really be able to tell is if. Well, that's weird. Because these aren't sending signals to the server. They're just automatically moving your character. Do you notice that? So it's not sending this to the server. So the server's But then the server's not moving you probably. Well, the only thing we can do now is build it, right? That's all we can do. Test it out. Here we go again. I'll host. See if we can get you to move. If I'm hosting and you can move, that's a good sign. That's a good sign that we configured your thingy. Okay. There we go again. I'll host. I'll get the ID up. Right. Though, yeah, that's what I meant. If I can see you moving, then we're in business. But I think that's because of how they automate, how the joystick automates. So I might have to build my own joystick manually and assign the buttons. So like when up is pressed, go to up because it's already simulating the movement. Indeed, it does appear to be that case. Let me move around so that oh there you go. You started moving. I see you. Is that Riley? Now there's three of us. Riley, are you using the joystick? Can you use the joystick for me? Click the joystick with your mouse and move it around. Do that again. You can see and move three players. What the heck? So I can move all of us with the joystick. It's because we're all assigned to the same joystick. Like I'm almost 100%, dude. It's because the multi-touch controller is bound to the host. And then every person who joins, they get bound to the host as well. I'm pretty sure it has to do with this. So what I want to do, the other thing for me to try, right, is to every time we create the player, instead of assigning the player state ID to the variable of player, we want to set the variable of the multi-stick controller. Uh, really? We can't just do it here by using the variable for the new player to assign that player to the controller. For every player that joins, add to that variable, assign that variable to their controller. Just the once. But there is no joystick controller in here, which is driving me nuts. Well, that's what I was trying to do. Yeah. So obviously in here I can. Hmm. Can't we just do this? Change the multi-touch controller identifier on the client every time they're connected to. This is because this is a client issue, right? The server will run it, but it'll set the controller identifier to each one. and then we need to send that to the player. Okay, so then when the server's running the client and the client connects, we need to send this variable to their controller, right? I have no idea how to do that. What? Because in my head, if you think about it, like when the player connects, right? Because when the player connects, we send a signal to identify who's what player on connect. So when running a server and we connect, this happens. When we connect, I see. Is there like better mobile controllers here? No. So how do we change the behavior then? I guess I'm about to learn something new. So we go into the player. What do you mean make my own controller thing? Joystick angle? What? I'm trying to see where the identifier is in the functions. Oh, here we go. Well, we can change that right here. Well, we don't need this one. Delete that. Object behavior property joystick identifier. Joystick identifier. I did. Didn't I? Let's go back to our player. Behaviors. Top-down movement. Top-down multi-touch mapper. Edit this behavior. Down here, set controller identifier. control identifier, but I'll wait for you. Over here on controller identifier. Okay, I'll wait for you because I think I'm ahead of you. So, dude, that isn't that what I just did? What? Player, top down movement in the very bottom. Edit this behavior. I did that. That's where I was. Right here. In here? In the functions? Left down. Yeah. Down here. This guy. Properties. Yeah. Will do. Okay, bud. Riley, I appreciate all the help, man. Three dots. Click on the three dots, generate action and expression. Controller identifier. Click the three dots, generate expression. Okay. It named it down. I don't know what it did. Oh, apply? Okay. Now check the right click. Oh, right, over here. Sorry, yeah, I'm just looking around. Ignore the action, see the condition. The second thing on the list. Back in the top-down mapper? So much harder to do. On the right list, I see. The second one. Controller identifier. Yeah, Riley, you'll get lots of other time too, bud. I can show you how to become a proper Q&A tester. Yeah. Expression and condition. If the top-down motion configuration, the controller identifies the object. Add action to right here. Okay. Oh, we exported this, right? It's very interesting to me. Okay. So then we can now set the controller identifier on the fly. Okay. So exactly what I wanted to do. Now we go back into here and change the player's multi-touch identifier equal to their ID, right? But we should probably use their actual ID. Because, like, if player's number 215, they should just be controller 215, right? Oh. You're saying, okay, because what I was thinking of, because now if we delete this joystick, we can create per when every time we create someone that we could have just created the joystick and assigned it to the player if you're on mobile, right? And then we could just assign it at the same time when we link it to the player. Right. So, okay, so when we create this, we also need to create a disk at, oh boy, screen width. No, it'll just be 0, so it'll be plus. It'll be we'll do 16 plus the and then y will be screen height. Yeah, that makes sense actually. I was gonna do it a little bit differently, but that makes sense. Wait, we don't need to though because it's just the base layer. Doesn't it default to? Because we're already saying on the base layer on the UI, right? But then like that, it's the 0 camera, so it doesn't really matter. All right, that's fine. I mean, it just makes sure that it happens, and that's edge casing, right? Oh, it won't because we set it to the border boundary. Anyway, so we'll create that, right? and then we'll also link the flat dark joystick. And then we need to set the configurator. So set. Yeah, you're right. Yep, 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 yep. All good. Um, Now we need to set the ID of the player, right, to the player number, and then or no, the player number is the linked ID. So now we just need to change it to set the multi-touch identifier, right? But that was already there. That's not our. There it is. Oh, okay. All right. That should effectively do it, right? Except for now I don't have a. Oh, we're still not creating it in the right place, but not sure exactly where that went. Well, no, that's my fault. Okay, there it is. I saw it. We're not setting the position permanently. We're only creating it there the one time. Well, it's because of where we're creating it, right? Because we're only creating the object there, but it's not bound to it. That's why originally I was like, if we put it on the UI, then it won't move. Well, I just yeah, I know, I just changed it, but that looks to be good. That's also way too far. Wait, that's huge. Wait, what's going on? Why is it way over here? That's not 45 pixels. What's going on? What? Okay, I done that before, and then it broke, and then that's why I changed changed it to base layer and then back from base layer and everything else. I thought, okay, I'm just wild. Don't even worry about it. So tired. Why are you all the way down there? You're you're killing me. Oh my, kill me. There we go. There. Sweet mother. I can move the player either way. All right. Now, let's do this. So that should be working effectively. We don't know yet what'll happen when another player joins. Guy doesn't have one. He's got nothing. They didn't even join the right game. What? They should have been right beside each other. Eat all of my ass, this fucking thing. Alright. I don't know what happened, but we're going to restart. Preview. Host the game. Copy. Paste the ID. Try the fucking game. Okay. Okay, I can move like this. But I have no... That controls all the players. Can we run on the server code for each player like we do with the player's direction? So, like, if the player is moving, for example, we can change the player's animation to walk, and now that should work all the way across the server. So, set it to walk, right? And then if we're not moving, then set it to idle. And that way, at least, we can now tell if our fucking character's walking. Oh, he's going. He's walking where he wants to walk. So walking works. Well, here's the thing. This is why I think that the uh, inside of here, in the multi-touch button. Sorry, no. Where's it at? We can actually turn off the joystick's controller's input. I saw it earlier. Where's it at? right here. So if we're in four-way movement, I can actually remove this because I think what's happening is this shouldn't be happening. This right here should not be happening because what we want to do is map these buttons to be input options either or. But because we're bypassing the server, it's just moving all the players. And it shouldn't be doing that. So now nothing will happen in this controller, right? Mm, that is a question, isn't it? You're saying for the movement in here? Oh, but this is also why that's not working. We need to change this. They're all set to one. When the first player's moves, do that. How would we identify the uh just that actually, right? Yeah, I think so. Well, now nothing will happen because I disabled the. Oh no, I didn't. I thought I did. Right now, there's like no data being sent through the network. Well, I didn't save that change, so I guess not. But I have literally no idea where I play or what. Oh, there he is. Where are you going, buddy? Get back here. Nope. La 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 la. So it doesn't matter currently. It's not even creating the for each player. It's not creating the thing. So yeah, but I think it's only in the four direction. Where's it at? Uh, But we want the angle to be true. But we don't want... What state is it? I lost where it was. Oh, top-down multiple. Oh, it's this stuff that we need to change, right? If the property for stick mode is equal to 8 directions, but it's not. We don't have 8 directions. So this doesn't even matter. Where's the rest of it? Oh, it's because we haven't been setting it into here either. What mode is it? I guess it's defined by the player, which doesn't make any fucking sense to me, but whatever. Copy which part? This part? Cut it. Well, we don't want this because this is 360 control. We're gonna just disable all of the movement events. Well, I was gonna steal the events and put it into here because this is the same thing. Literally, what I'm saying here is exactly the things I copied and pasted. Well, we want to go diagonal. That's how we go up and left, up and right. We can do the same thing on the keyboard, right? Well, I want. Sorry, yes, I do. I do want diagonal movement. I know. I'm. Don't mind me. I'm tired. Don't mind me. I just didn't want 8-way movement, but I was thinking about it in the wrong idea. So if we disable these, right, and we allow for diagonal movement, this is well, when everything was disabled, we still have the control events in here. So if we turn this off, and I deleted these, we're not using these two methods, so these don't matter, and we're doing this method right here. So what I need to do is remove all of this. Well, I'm going to set the actions to be pressed left, pressed right to the server. I can change these with server code, right? So here I could say if left is pressed, because it's a joystick, we just take our player run here, right? And then we send it this. That's because it's right here. Those are the conditions. They're baked into the controller steps. That's what these are. No, did I? Let's disable everything and take a look. Oh no, I was using WASD. I can move WASD. I can't move with this. You probably saw me walking with my WASD and then touching this. Now we're not moving at all, or we'd be walking. That explains the confusion. Okay, so then in this one, all we need to do though is go through each of these keys. And then up left, so up and left. Up and right. Down and left. And down and right. Why didn't that work? There it goes. But I don't know if it's actually doing it the right way or if it's using this. Yeah. Yeah. That. That's so funny. Oh shit. Let me join the freaking game, bro. No, I don't want to create an event, Windows. What do you... No. I'm just trying to play my game. Maybe I gotta move my character. Oh, I did join. Oh, nope. Everybody's... Oh, God. Synchronized dancing. This isn't working at all. I'm gonna try this a different way. I don't know what's going on, but I'm getting rid of this. And the player's top-down movement mapper. And we're going to instead drink bleach. We're gonna get rid of these extensions for now. That way I can reinstall the ones that I need. And we're gonna do this a little bit differently. So we do have game pads. And our global variables. WASD, okay. Is it really like that's it? I need to go look at like a tutorial. Like what? Build. Not even close. No, not even close. Uh, there's like literally nothing. Did I save the project? Yeah. I'll do it again, but I just did it. Good shout though. You're not wrong. Is there? I don't. It doesn't say in there, but I'll take a look. You might be right. Well, he does it. Yeah, but he does it in that really weird way. All right, listen, my fellas. Watch. Build online multiplayer template. I don't see any mobile. I see no mobile. Negative. No extension for it, anyways. Yeah, no, just top down movement. I'm telling you though, like basically what he would do though, right? So let me open up. Hold on. I have something for this. I get time to open up Tfue. I think I'm gonna be releasing all these assets for free. By the way, but you're just two circles. Yeah. You're a donut. All right, Reborn, show me the way. Let's build this new tool. First, make two objects. Two circles. Why do I still have this here? I will destroy you. This is the thing that doesn't make sense to me, right? It's that with this having the multi-touch, why can't we just set it to the player ID? I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? This actually does bother me. Because, okay, if I go in here and I add the behavior of the top down multi touch support, 8 directions. All right, so we have none, which makes sense because we have no device to connect to. So we need. I just want to try this one more time. I'm stubborn. All right, I'll make it work. My willpower is unparalleled. You have no idea. Forgot what I was doing. So why do we need the top-down mapper though? Can't we just do it with the multi-touch? Because don't. Behavior remapper? We don't want that. Listen here, buddy. Why are you being a Titanic weasel? Isn't it? Top down mapper. It's called a mapper. I don't. Top down. It's gone. Oh, does it? So it's already. So I should already have it. Really? Oh, do I have to add it to the player or to the? I gotta set it on what? Is it the under here, right? We have to add it to the joystick. Oh, I see. I see. I see. I see. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. Delete this and re-add it. Mm, is this the right one? I thought we created a new one. Thanks, Riley. I thought I added it to the player. Or do I have to add a different mapper? The mapper's right here, right? Get the fuck out of here. I don't want this platformer bullshit. There we go. So now I need to go back to here because what I realized before is that I didn't set it to an 8 directional movement. So none of this will matter anymore because before I got to create I'm not creating it at the moment. So real quick, let's create a new one with the player. So create a player at the position. Create a this at the camera border left UI plus 128. Okay. So now, wait, why are you moving? What? There we go. Mm, it's in the UI layer. Why is that moving? It wasn't last time. 100% it wasn't doing that before. I don't know what I've done wrong here. It's creating it correctly, but why? I know it's. I know I just messed it up. Don't worry. I'm just looking at stuff, trying to understand something in my head. Okay, so on the base layer, obviously wouldn't be in the right place. That makes sense. That loaded right. So why then is UI? We don't need a camera number. We need it to be blank. What? You, what is your deal? I'm not understanding why that's moving because the other one was not moving. But I guess we can just go to our camera layer and zoom. No, we don't want to zoom in the UI layer at all. At this point, I haven't changed anything. Uh, hmm. That wouldn't matter anyways. I just don't understand why it's doing that. All right, guys. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna take a break here. We've been at this for way too long again. We'll be back again tomorrow with another one of these crazy streams while we figure out multiplayer networking. I appreciate all the support today. Y'all have a good one, and I'll catch you on the next video. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. I need to take a break. Ciao, y'all.